quickly go into, I'll just quickly go into introducing the speakers for today. Mr. Shivansh Ahuja is Mr. Mustapha, can you take over for just a bit? I just want to clarify something.
Great.
Thank you.
That's our moderator. So we are still fixing and bringing people in. Yeah. And those who are finding it difficult to come in, we are bringing you in. And I believe that today you are going to be in a company of great speakers, not only across Africa, but across the world. These are people who are doing great things. They are not just waiting for things to happen. They are making sure that things happen, and they are making a difference. So I'm just accepting more people, and the more we accept them, and we are fixing out one or two things in terms of the speakers, the way we are going to push the speakers through, the first speaker, second speaker, all we've already sorted that out. And my moderator she's trying to make sure that she gets that right. And we can see energetic speakers, people that you will love to hear, people that on a daily basis, you are going to pay money to listen to, but today you're getting them for free. And they are here to make a difference. So Stephanie, if you are here, I'm just ready. You can take over.
Okay, I'm sorry for going off a bit.
Right.
I was just fixing some technical things before coming back. Thank you all for your patience.
Right.
So I'll quickly introduce each speaker that's going to be speaking here today. I am Stephanie Ibrahim, and I'm the CEO of Illucrate Multimedia, which is a multimedia business here in Ghana that produces photography and video content for diverse brands. So I'm a visual storyteller. Mr. Shivansh Ahuja is the founder and CEO of City One Initiative. I think he's the one going to speak first for us. We have Martha Anabila. She's the executive director for Martha. Mr. Ibrahim Yunus is a relationship coach and a speaker. Peter Asare Nyarko is a certified financial fitness coach. Mr. Bismark Tay, a certified leadership coach and consultant. Mr. Coach Prince, he's a decision-focused coach and keynote speaker. And Madam Ayo Adiosi is a cake business coach. I'm trying not to elaborate on them now because they are going to speak lengthy I think each speaker is going to speak for about 20 minutes each. And I think if we can calm down a little with the time, that would be very great because it's going to be a very long session, but very inspiring and productive. So Mr. Ibrahim Mustapha, I will just like you to elaborate a bit on the theme just for a minute or two before our first speaker speaks. What inspired you to decide to bring up a theme like this in order to bring all the speakers together to speak on them and share their insights with all the whole audience that's appearing here today?
Thank you very much, my moderator, for that wonderful work. And why the team? Why all these speakers? You can see that all these speakers are specially selected. And these are people that I've admired. These are people that they are doing one or two things in their own small way. And I feel like, yes, we need to give them a voice. We need to make sure that the young generations that are coming up in Africa and across the world get to hear them and get to learn from them. And that is why I've specially selected all these speakers. And these are all masters. They are all masters in whatever they do. And I believe that we get the opportunity to learn and to do more. There are two words that are picked that form the theme of this particular meeting or summit. Number one is collaborate and innovate. So if you look at the team, we have two words that you can single out and pick them out: collaborate and innovate. So in this era, we need to collaborate. We need to do more things more, and we need to create opportunities for young people. So we need to work together. It's working together because you can't do it alone. No matter who you are, no matter what you do, you can never do it alone. Whether you are a farmer, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a master of whatever ceremonies, whether you are an accountant, you're an entrepreneur, whatever, or even a footballer, you can't be and do it alone. So that's why we need to collaborate so that we can pick ourselves up and be able to do more things. The second theme, word of the team is innovate. Whatever you are doing in your field of expertise, this innovation is not just about innovation in terms of technology, but innovation in terms of hope, innovation in terms of doing things extraordinary, out of your comfort zone, changing the status quo, and letting people know that, yes, you are on the verge of making sure that you change the world one step at a time. So all these speakers have been selected, and they, in their own small way, have created change, and we need to celebrate them. And I'm not here to let you know that you need to celebrate them, but at the end of this session, you get to appreciate that, yes, these people need to be celebrated every day. So thank you to all the speakers for coming. Thank you to all the guests, all the people who are still struggling to join. There are still a lot of people I'm accepting, and you can see that the sound of the acceptance keeps on buzzing. And I just want to say thank you all, and I officially declare the Champions Summit, which is virtually today, officially open. We are going to do more of this, but this is just the first session, which is virtual for you to be able to enjoy. So thank you, moderator. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to also express and let people know why they are here. And also, you are here to enjoy. You are here to learn. You are here to innovate. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes, so we are going to hear from our first speaker, which is Mr. Shivansh. Mr. Shivansh, thank you very much for being here, and we are excited to listen to what you have for us today. So over to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Stephanie and Mr. Ibrahim, for the kind opportunity. Because I belong to the Indian subcontinent, there is a way in which we Indians greet each other. That's called Namaste. So my Namaste to you, which means I give my respect to you. So that is why it's called Namaste. The Te is for you. So that's the Namaste. Namaste to everyone on board. Now, can I request everybody to put on their webcams? I want to do a very, very interesting and super amazing activity with you for the next 5 minutes. So just for 5 minutes maybe, or maximum 60 seconds, can we all put on our webcams? Let's see. Let's start tagging each other on the chat. If the chat option is open, if you tag somebody, this means they have to put their webcams on. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's increase the rhythm. Let's increase the heat of the room. Let's go ahead and make this very, very successful. It's the game of the champions. Not only me, but everybody here who's sitting is a champion. So let's put on our webcams. I'm just waiting for 60 seconds, and then I'll tell you what the activity is. 60 seconds. Everybody needs to put on their webcams. So can I request Miss Martha, Miss Ibai, Mohammed, Ibrahim, Ibzi, Tamanna, Miss Abu, Osmanu, Evans. So I'll just keep tagging till we have maximum number of webcams on. And can I see a thumbs up if all of you are active on LinkedIn? All those who are active on LinkedIn, can I see a thumbs up? Either through the reactions option, or we can do thumbs up or a double thumbs up, which means that we are active on LinkedIn. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. So now, before I go ahead and tell you more about my topic, which is about the need to upskill, the need to develop new kinds of skills which are coming up in the world, I want to give you access to my virtual network, and I want to get into your network as well. But since Mr. Ibrahim Mustapha also mentioned that this is online, so we will do it through the resume on steroids. We will do it through some app, some kind of social media networking app that gives you access to each other's professional network, which is called LinkedIn. And how do we do it is, it's pretty simple. I'm taking a quick screenshot of this particular meeting, of this particular scenario, and I'm going to share a link of a LinkedIn post. There, I would request you to write 3 things. What are those 3 things? You can write your name, right? You can write your name, one thing that you would like to learn from this session, right? And what do you do? That's it. I repeat, your name, one thing you would like to learn from this session. Say, even if as Shivansh, I would like to learn something from Mr. Ibrahim, that is public speaking. So I would write public speaking is what I would like to learn. And along with that, what is my profession? Even if I'm a student, I'm an employee, I'm an employer, or anything around it. So that is what I have to write. So give me about 20 seconds. Till then, you all can start putting on your webcams, keep thinking your answer, because after that, you'll have to write it down when I share the link of the post. And trust me, this has been one of the most successful activities whenever I have carried it in any of the sessions, because this will give you lifelong connections, lifelong friends to make. So let's go ahead and do this and make this possible. I have posted it on my LinkedIn and I'm going to share the link with you. Feel free to connect with me, follow me. I would love to connect with you, get into your network, learn with you and learn from you. The link of the post is in the chat. There you go. So you have 60 seconds, I repeat, to write down your name. Even if it is your nickname, you can write down, like my name is Shivansh, bit complicated, tough. So my parents call me Shivi or Shiv. The next thing is, what do I want to learn from the session? Public speaking, networking, critical thinking, innovation, collaboration, leadership, understanding, empathy. And the third and the most important thing is, what is my profession? I can be a student, I can be an employer, an employee, an entrepreneur, a public speaker, a coach. So we have about a minute to write this down, or maximum 2 minutes, because I see more people joining in, and then we'll circle back to this. And feel free to like the post, comment on the post, going ahead with that. And I'll keep giving real-time commentary and updates. I can see Mr. Ibrahim's like on it, and I can see Mr. Anthony has already liked, Mr. Emmanuel has already liked. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to connect with everybody over LinkedIn. Mr. Peter is also connected. Thank you so much. Please do drop in a comment. I'm just waiting for the next 1 minute. You can drop a comment on the LinkedIn post. If you're not active on LinkedIn, then you can do it here. So your name, one thing you want to learn, and what do you do? Lovely comments. So, Mr. Provia, if that is how you pronounce your name, you're an administrator and you wish to learn more about how to become a certified mentor. Lovely, amazing. Mr. Mohammed wants to learn about new strategies to transition from one career to another. So this was something I really found difficult making in my life, being an engineer first, then doing MBA, that is management, and then finally becoming an educator. So let's see, what about others? So some people have also commented here who are not active on LinkedIn. Somebody says that I want to stop shying from using social media and be confident about speaking in public. I think that's a common domain which me and Mr. Mustapha follow. That's public speaking. So we can definitely help you with that. Last 1 minute, because I see more people commenting and coming in. You need to drop a comment, like the post and drop a comment, and maybe you can write your name, one skill that you want to learn from the session, or maybe any thing that you want to learn from the session. Might not be a skill, could be networking, could be an activity. And the third thing is, what do you do? All those who have commented on the post, can I hear from you by using a zap in the chat? ZAP. I'll tell you what that means. That's a very powerful word that's called zeal at power. So all those who have commented either in the chat or on LinkedIn, can I hear from you using a zap on the chat? ZAP, zap. I'll start with it. If you have already commented on LinkedIn, perfect. Let's go ahead. Let's increase the rhythm. I cannot go ahead till I get more energy. That is till I don't hear at least from 5 to 6 more people, I won't go ahead. I'm a bit stubborn. I won't go ahead. So let's see. Let's see how many of you can go ahead and comment. Let's do it for innovation. Let's do it for collaboration. Let's be the champions of our own life and champions for others. Perfect. Okay, great. So all those who are commenting, you can continue in the back end. You can continue to comment on LinkedIn and you can continue to like each other's comments as well. So let's continue with the session very quickly. Let me see. Yeah, I have presenting permission. Thank you so much. Perfect. So Peter Drucker, whom we also call as the father of management, he said a very famous line that the only skill that will be important in the 21st century, that is the present era, is the skill of learning new skills. You go and read a textbook, boring. Your attention will go away. You go and read with your friends, or maybe you get graduated from a school or college, great. You have a degree on a paper. But what is the use of the degree till you cannot apply it? What is the use of any particular skill till you cannot bring it to use? That is what Mr. Peter Drucker had to say. Because everything else, till you cannot apply it in real life, will become boring and absolute over a period of time. So thinking about these skills, I thought to develop an organization. I'll also be doing a few activities with you to show you what exactly we do, what exactly we implement at the City One initiative. So let's go ahead and first, let me tell you what is City One initiative, and then I'll tell you the idea behind it. And I'll also be telling you the ways in which you can collaborate, in which we can maybe find out synergies together. And if you need our assistance or help, how can we get along together? So that is what also I'll be sharing with you. So when I was in the third year or maybe in the initial years of my graduation, I thought that there are a few students who struggle in speaking confidently, thinking openly, and who lack the basic leadership skills. One of them was definitely me as well. I struggled while speaking confidently in my school days. I struggled when I wanted to think it aloud. I used to think, what will she say? What will they say? What will my uncle think? What will my mother think? What will my father think? How many of you think the same? When you want to go out in crowd, how many of you think people will judge you? Raise your hands or write maybe a yes in the chat. How many of you think? Let's be honest with ourselves. We think, right? What will others think about us? We have that attitude that who will judge us, who will not judge us. So these kind of things I want people to get rid of. That is how I came together with the idea to train people with these skills. I repeat, with these skills that are not available in the textbook, which is the 21st century skills such as critical thinking, public speaking, leadership, emotional intelligence, and a lot of other things around it. So I got a lot of other people, like-minded people on board who could help us around. And more than degrees, I repeat, more than degrees, I paid attention to the people with their experiences. Because if somebody has had a public speaking fear, used to stammer earlier, but he or she could evade it, nobody better than him or her could teach other people public speaking or leadership or critical thinking. That is how we came together with this idea to develop under one umbrella City One initiative. That is, we'll travel from cities to cities across the globe, spread that one culture, which is to upskill the students of tomorrow. And the students doesn't only mean school students or college students, anybody who's learning. I repeat, anybody who's learning from the age of 1 till the age of 99 or 100 is a learner. So that is why you are a lifelong student, my dear lovely audience. That is how the idea of City One initiative came to my mind. And as you can see in this photo, this is an idea of a model UN about which I'll be talking with you later on. But by the way, a quick thought came to my mind. How many of you have heard of United Nations or Model United Nations? Raise your hands. Has anybody heard of United Nations or Model United Nations? Raise your hands. Okay. Some of you have. Great. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So let's go ahead to the next slide very quickly. These are some of my credentials. All what I've mentioned is true. as far as I have read it and as far as I could read it. If still there is a factual fallacy, please, I beg your pardon for that. So I'm Shivansh, the founder and CEO for City One Initiative. I did my computer science honors, that is engineering, although I did it for my parents, frankly. I never wanted to be an engineer in life. But after that, I went to go ahead with my master's from the University of Nottingham. And after that, when I worked in different jobs as a digital marketer and in the management side, I realized one thing, that job and marketing both were not meant for me completely. It was education, it was empowering, and more than that, it was lifelong learning. Learning from others, it could be Miss Stepney, it could be Mr. Inusha, it could be Mr. Ibrahim, or anybody. It could be learning from each other. That was something I was keenly interested in. That is why I'm not going to narrate these entire pointers, but most of my experience, I repeat, most of my experience has been around the education sector, be it working with Exam Bazaar around coaching institutes, working as a welfare representative, teaching you can say, students with English as their second language, with the basic public speaking and critical thinking skills, or two areas such as ISEC. ISEC is a popular term. It's a youth organization working with United Nations as well in empowering youth, giving them exchange opportunities. That is how this idea came into picture and we developed upon it. Now, before I tell you about the Model UN and other interesting activities that we do, I would like to quickly talk to you about these skills, which have also been covered in by the World Economic Forum, which is the 21st century skills. So be it the foundational literacies, such as literacy, numeracy, learning about the ICT, the basic theories, scientific areas, learning about financial literacy, which other speakers will also be talking about, or be it the competencies such as communication, creativity, collaboration, or let's come to the character part, which is curiosity, empathy, persistence, leadership. These all things, even World Economic Forum, United Nations, Harvard Business School, and a lot of other researchers also talk about, is what we need to develop. And working on these specific lines, even the Championship Summit would also like to work upon innovation and collaboration. That is how we develop these skills and certain events out of these skills. Now, before I go ahead and tell you how did we do the primary and secondary research, what did we do exactly, what are the type of projects we lead in, I would like to stop the sharing for a second and make you imagine a situation. It's a very good situation, so let's go ahead and see. Can I request you all to close your eyes for a minute? Can I request you all to close your eyes for a minute? Let's all close our eyes. And no cheating. Let's close our eyes, everybody. I cannot close my eyes because I have to monitor. And can I request others whose cameras are off to put it on in case you can? Would be really obliged and thankful. Great. So that I can be assured that you are not cheating. Yeah, great. So let's close our eyes. Great. Amazing. Amazing. Lovely. There'll be two scenarios I'll be asking you to imagine. The first scenario is that when you walk outside your house, you have lovely people to talk to. You see somebody taking their dog out for a walk. They say a hi to you. Then they go ahead. Then you see two kids coming out. They are going to play cricket. Other kid is going to play football. They have smiling faces. They again greet you with happiness. When you further go outside, you also see your neighbor is smiling at you. They are wishing you. They are enjoying life. You are also enjoying by networking, by being a social person. Now comes the second situation. Let's switch. You go out of your house. Nobody comes outside. Everybody's into their own house. Nobody's taking their dog out for a walk. Nobody's friends with the other person. They don't want to talk. They don't want to network. They don't want to go ahead and be great social people. Everybody wants to be secluded. Now open your eyes. Situation 1 or 2, which is the one that you would prefer? Write in the chat. 1 or 2. Let's use the chat option to write in the chat. And all those who have their cameras on, I can see it through your cameras. All those whose cameras are off, you'll have to write it in the chat. Assuming that you did not cheat and you actually closed your eyes and imagined the situation. Which one you feel is the better situation? Better situation. My answer is better. Not bitter, better. B-E-T-T-E-R, not B-I-T-T-E-R. Smaller difference, bigger value, right? Great. One is obviously the better situation. So an organization that we often talk about, which is United Nations, often endorses peace, harmony between nations, and even between people. And that organization even has its offices across African continent as well, although its head office is in the United States of America. So when this organization that was formed after the Second World War endorses these things, we came up with an idea to create a model UN simulation for school students, which was already there in different parts. But we thought to do it in a more Indianized way with innovation, because the first theme is innovation. So we came to the idea to help the students and teach them about the model UN concept, where they would go ahead, raise placards. Give me a second. I'll be back and show you what the placards look like. Four, three, two, one, magic happens. So when Shivansh, instead of being Shivansh, represents a country or a cause, that can be the delegate of South Korea, that can be the delegate of India or any other country. And when you represent that cause, you speak like a country, act like a country, and think like a country. This helps you to get a broader perspective. What is a broader perspective? That when we go out of home, except two neighbors fighting, except people not talking to each other, except the roads not being clean, except pollution being there, what is the bigger cause? The bigger cause is, how can I help to be the leader of a change? How can I help and contribute to be somebody who will bring change rather than just thinking of change, who will not see news but become the news? That is the idea which comes when we do a model UN. And it's not necessary that you only represent countries. You often do it when you go to conferences and you have your name written here on your name placard. That is when what is a model United Nations, where you debate on a particular agenda. It could be Israel-Palestine issue, it could be sustainable development, it could be women empowerment or any other issue. And you get a country allotted to yourself. And then in that, when you have a country and agenda, you speak in the foundations of a committee. That committee can be United Nations Development Program, it can be Children's Emergency Fund, or it can also be something like maybe a war cabinet where you want to reimagine the situation and improve it. That is the idea of a model United Nations. And what does it develop? It develops your speaking skills, your debating skills, your personality development, your critical thinking skills, and your holistic horizon. And I'm happy to share that I have been into the MUN circuit across the globe, not only India, for the past 9 years. So 9 years of my life, almost a decade, I've spent into doing MUNs, researching about it, researching about what agendas would be great for the school and college students. Now, these things initially started off with school and college students. Who could think that we could make parents and teachers sit in a committee, think like countries, act like countries, and speak like countries? It was just an idea. I repeat, it was just an idea. But last year in India, for the first time in the world, it happened that we made parents and teachers sit in a committee, debate on the agenda of moral education, where they developed a moral education framework, and the committee theme was G20. How many of you have heard of G20? This year, I guess African Union became a part last year of G20. Yes, we are aware. So yes, most of you are aware of G20, right? So we made parents and teachers sit in a committee along with the students. So imagine somebody who's 15 versus somebody who's 45 sitting in the same committee, speaking with each other, negotiating with each other. That is the first idea that came to our mind. And along with that, we also innovated Model United Nations for younger kids. That is students of the age of 7 to 10, along with ones that are 11 and above. So these are some of the innovative things that we developed. That was the first thing around it. That is the Model United Nations scenario. So who would like to see a quick video around the Parents and Teachers Committee for a change? Raise your hands. Who would like to see a quick idea around the Parents and Teachers Committee? If I see maximum hands up, then I can show you the video. It was a super amazing simulation that we carried on. And it's indeed a short video, hardly, I guess, 30 seconds it is of. How many of you would like to see the video? Only 2 people? Not enough rhythm. Anybody else would like to see the video with me? Break the quorum. Raise your hands, raise your hands. It's okay if you don't want to see the video. It's just a video in case you are still confused about it. Okay, great. So let me go ahead and show you the quick video. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and see the quick video around the parents and the teachers committee. How, if it happens, parents and teachers can sit in a committee and debate. Do let me know if the audio is there with you or not. 1 second. Yeah, perfect. Screen share. Share sound. Okay. Is this visible to everybody? Okay, perfect. So this was just a mere small simulation around how parents and teachers sit. But when we make children sit in a debate and do it, there are hundreds of children sitting in one committee room, like officially delegates do at United Nations. Like IAS, IFS officers, or maybe ministers of different countries speak. Our young children, could be your nephew, could be your relative, could be your friend. They sit and debate. Imagine the situation like it. And if still you would like to see more videos around it, you can just Google City One Initiative and you can go to our YouTube channel. We have lots of simulations that we already do. So that was the first kind of simulation. Second kind of simulation is my personal favorite. How many of you have heard about child marriage? Child marriage. You can write, I have. Child marriage. I assume that happens in some cities around Africa as well, if I'm not wrong. Child marriage. So to empower the victims of child marriage in 2022, so to be specific, 60 victims of child marriage were empowered by us in 2022 through the college students. And we empowered them through our basic public speaking, critical thinking, and leadership skills. And due to that, they could go ahead and raise their opinions in front of the government. That was the Bal Panchayat project. So if you would like to know more about it again, that's also there on our website itself. It's called Bal Panchayat. I'll just type it here in case you would like to know more about the project at any point of time, which means the youth parliament, where it's by the kids, for the kids, and with the kids, where they work around, they speak with each other, they develop some kind of drama presentations along with the vocal areas, and they go around and speak it and raise their opinions in front of the local governments. Along with that, obviously, we are into public speaking, leadership, critical thinking, and lots of other events. So now let me go ahead and quickly run you down through the projects that we have. Then we'll do a quick activity before I leave the floor for the next speaker. So these are the three activities that we do, which is the Model UN training and support, our upskilling camps, and the Bal Panchayat. Although it's a grade-wide specific area, but still, if you would like to collaborate with us, know more about us, how can I maybe contribute to it? Or maybe if you are a teacher, to be more specific, or if you are a college professor, you want any of these simulations in your school, in your college, in your fraternity, I would be happy to go ahead and incorporate it. All you need to do is you are already connected with me on LinkedIn. You can drop me a message. We can have an online Zoom session, and then we can proceed with the same. The approach will be the approach will be Gen Z, 100 and 100 to 100%. We'll aim to foster engagement and obviously enhance the circle of learning with the same. So these are the three projects that we highly encourage and endorse. As I'm aware as well that Mr. Bismark will be covering leadership here, so I won't be discussing much about leadership. One thing that I've incorporated this year, because I'm a fan of taking risks, my parents tell me every time, Shivansh, don't take risk, don't take risk. I'm into take risk, take risk. That is my area. So this year we have also introduced digital marketing camp, my second love after my first love, that is City One Initiative. So I'll also be teaching graduates, school and college students together about what is SEO, what is SMM, how to run Google ads, Facebook ads, how to make engaging Instagram posts. And that starts from as young as, I repeat, that starts from as young as anybody of the age of 13. So I'll be making people of the age of 13 and above digital marketers as well from this year, along with leaders, entrepreneurs, and public speakers. So if you need any specific proposal or anything, you can contact us. These are some of the photos from the events where we have been to, what we have exactly done. This is particularly close to my heart because this was the Bal Panchayat. As you can see, out of all others, which are school students, they were still underprivileged. They used to come from all rural areas, and 80% of them were victims of child marriage. And as it is evident from this photo, you can see an average age of a student here must be about 8 or 9. And they were not aware that child marriage can also be declared illegal even when they are 18. Other than this, there are other events like Model UN for parents and teachers, Model UN for grade 3, 4, and 5, along with other skills around it. Now let's do one activity because a lot of you said that I want to be a confident public speaker. I want to evade my stage fear. So one is power poses. Second is thinking out loud. So first, let's quickly do power poses. Has anybody heard of power poses by Amy Cuddy? Power poses? No? Okay. So let's do this together very quickly. All those whose cameras are on, can I request you to stand up? Let's stand up. Let's stand up, stand up. I'll also stand up. Okay. Let's stand up. Let's stand up. Great. Great, great. You can place your mic and other things on the side. And all those who are sleeping and attending the session simultaneously, I'm so sorry for doing this to you, but we have to do it together. Okay. So let's stand straight. Now, how does Superman stand? How does Superman stand? Okay, let's do it the same way. How does Superman stand? Hands on the sides, on the waist, chest out, back straight. Hands in this position, chest out, back straight. Stretch yourself. Stretch. You'll see a clear stretch in your body, like this. So this is called a high power pose. When your back is straight, chest is out, you are absolutely standing straight. This is a stretched position. And in large position, a stretch position. This is called a high power pose. A high power pose, like this, like Superman, right? Another example is a low power pose. Now let's sit back. Let me tell you what is a low power pose. That's a national pose of any country. I'll tell you what is the national pose. When I start working, I'm like this. After I've started working 1 hour, I start bending or I start doing this. Right? Happens. How many of you do this? You start leaning to the back, leaning to the front. Happens. A lot of times we tell our children to sit straight. They're not sitting straight. They give a hunchback. That is a low power pose. Now, what is the difference in a high power and a low power pose? It's very, very simple. A high power pose increases your testosterone level, giving you more energy for any particular session, for any particular public speaking event that you go to. And this was developed by Amy Cuddy, and this is fully proven because she is a professor at Harvard. And the name of the TED Talk is called Fake It Till You Become It. Fake it till you become it. And why is it called the same? I'll quickly tell you. Because if you stand like Superman, obviously you'll not be Superman. You'll be Shivansh or you'll be Ibrahim at the end of the day. But if you stand like this, the testosterone level increases, your confidence increases, your body feels in a stretched position. That's one. But if you are in a low power pose, your testosterone level, your energy level goes down. This is highly proven. So my request is, before any public speaking event that you go to and you're feeling nervous, please stretch yourself either in the Superman position, or you can also raise your hands like this. Whenever we are bored from a class, what do? We raise our hands like this, or we stretch ourselves like winners. Just do it for about 2 minutes before any official event. I'm pretty sure that you will get that spree of confidence in your body for the same. But this doesn't mean that you keep doing the low power pose as well. Low power means lesser power. High power means more power, more boost, right? More energy. That's the first thing. Now let's come to the last activity before I leave the floor for the next speaker. That's called thinking it loud. Okay. That's called thinking it loud. So what we need to do is, okay, what we need to now do is, let's circle back to the same LinkedIn post. Okay. Let's circle back to the same LinkedIn post, and you all will have 1 minute to think and then 1 minute to write. You can either reply to the same LinkedIn post, or you can go ahead and make a new comment to that LinkedIn post. Imagine you have been invited to a stage. That stage can be where you have been invited as a speaker, as a chief guest, or maybe you can say just as an audience, whatever you can think. Or let's keep it as a speaker and the audience, you can say, or a chief guest. think for 1 minute, what will be the three most important things for you? Three most important things if you have been invited as a chief guest or a speaker on a stage. You have 1 minute to think and then 1 minute to write. It can be either the audience. I'm just giving a hint. You don't have to copy this. It's just a hint. It can be either the audience, the stage and the speech, or it can be the content, the audience and the expressions, or it can be the body language, the content and yourself. You can give importance to yourself. So let's spice it up. Let's see what are the three things. If you have been invited on a stage as a chief guest or as a speaker, what would be the three most important things? Reply to the same LinkedIn post, or you can make a new comment as well. Okay. The time to comment has already started. Okay, so I can see a few comments coming in line. It's body language, audience, somebody's mentioned dressing. Very important point. Dressing is very, very important according to the event that you go to. People, let's see what others have commented. If you're done commenting, can I quickly hear from you using a thumbs up, double thumbs up, thumbs up, eye contact, body language, emotional intelligence, time of delivery, needs of the audience. Very, very important. Perfect. Okay. Now I would like to take the last 2 minutes to share the ways in which you can obviously get in touch with me. One is definitely LinkedIn, through which you can get in touch with me, know more about the projects, how we can collaborate around different public speaking simulations, debating conferences that we do across the globe. That is one, which is LinkedIn. Second is obviously Instagram as well. If you would like to get in touch with me over Instagram, you can drop me a hi over LinkedIn, and then I can share my Instagram page link. Or you can also get in touch with us through our website, which is city1initiative.com. I'll just drop the website link here in chat very, very quickly. So you can just type it in the same stance on your tab and you will go ahead and do it. And I can see some lovely comments coming in related to eye contact, emotional intelligence, and other things around it. So that's quite great to see from your end. Okay. Now, one last thought before I leave the stage, last 30 seconds. If you are still afraid of something and you don't practice it right now, this will further increase. And the increase level will go from 10 to 100, 100 to 200. So it's very important that you practice. So one last gesture will do with me. Imagine there is a ball in my hand. Imagine everybody do this with me. Imagine there is a ball in your hand. Okay. If you have a ball, you can hold it. I don't have one. So let me, I think I should have one. Yes, I have one. I just got lucky. My cousins gifted me a ball. So this is the ball I have in my hand. Any ball you have. Now try to twist the ball. Imagine you're twisting the ball like this. Imagine you're twisting the ball like this. Now, say it with me. Don't be a football of others' opinions. Don't be a football of others' opinions, which means if any of your friend tells you you cannot speak confidently in public, that's only for the negative side. Don't believe them. You definitely can. If anybody says you're looking good, great, but have a self-confidence also within you that yes, I am looking great. So if somebody tells you to go like a football here and there, and if you do that, you are sadly mistaken because you're following what they want to what they want you to follow. Instead, I would strongly encourage you to follow what your heart says, what your mind says. And if your mind says you want to switch a job, take a risk, be an entrepreneur, or be in the same job, if 9 to 5 is there, that's great. You want to do a job, do it. But just don't be a football of others' opinions. So with this, I leave you on this particular floor. And before I leave, I would like to thank Ms. Stephanie and Mr. Ibrahim for this kind opportunity, along with the esteemed panel of the guest speakers. Because as I'm aware, I'm the only speaker coming from India. All others are from the African subcontinent. So I'm proud and I'm glad and grateful because gratitude is also a great feeling. So thank you so very much. This was Shivansh Ahuja from City One Initiative, learning simulations for upskilling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shivansh Ahuja. So among varied thoughts, Mr. Shivansh shares how he's applying innovation and collaboration in his business and helped us with diverse insights on boosting our confidence in public speaking. So I want to appreciate you for taking us through this. And I'm sure we've learned a lot from you today. So thank you very much for the speech. I'm very grateful for it, and I'm sure we are all grateful. So before we move to the next speaker, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Madam Hajia Alimat Sagitu. Thank you very much for joining this session today. We are very grateful and we hope you can see it through to the end. So thank you so much. So our next speaker is Madam Ayo Adiosi. She is going to speak about transforming Africa through innovation and collaboration, case studying her business, Stacy Limited. Stacy Limited is a business that helps cake and bakery business owners increase sales by 2 times to 4 times, probably even more, and make it sustainable. So she's just going to share, I think she's going to give us hints on how she's making her business successful. And with those who are running their own business or even trying to learn or get ideas on achieving certain goals, I'm sure she's going to help us, guide us on how she's running her business. So Madam Adiosi, thank you so much for being here and we are happy to have you. So over to you now.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. I'd like to know if you all can hear me clearly.
Very clearly.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim, for bringing me onto this program. It's a great privilege to be speaking to all these wonderful people from around the world. Mr. Shivansh, thank you very much for that presentation. I learned a few things as well. That power pose was something, right? And I want to acknowledge all the other speakers, Mr. Yunus, Coach Prince, Mr. Nyarko. I hope I got everybody right? So I want to start right away, and I'm going to be sharing my slides with you so that we can be together. I'm not going to waste your time. We're just going to go. Can you see my slides, please? Okay, let's
Yes, we can.
yeah. All right, I'm trying to just give me a moment to 1 minute, please. I think this will be better. All right. So I'm going to be talking about transforming Africa through innovation and collaboration. This is something that is very, very dear to my heart. And I have, over the years, noticed that innovation and collaboration will take you really far. And Africa is very dear to my heart. Africa is very dear to my heart. And you are going to see that very clearly in as I share my slides and show you what I do. Okay. My name is Ayo Adeosi. I'm known as Coach Ayo. That's what a lot of people do call me. They call me Coach Ayo, right? I help cake business owners. I work in the cake industry, and I'm very specific. My business has niched down to cake business coaching. So I'm not just a cake coach, but I only coach people, those in the industry, about how to successfully run their businesses, consistently earn money from it, grow the businesses so that their ovens are never cold. No baker ever wants to have cold ovens. We always want our ovens to be warm. And so this is what I started doing, I think like 3 years ago. But before I started doing that, I had been in the industry for 25 years as a cake baker and as a training instructor to over 1,000 people. I'm going to share my story and then draw out lessons and then continue from there. Legacy is what drives me to assist cake business owners because I'm looking at Africa, I'm looking at this rich country, this rich continent with a rich human resources, material resources, and yet we are poor. And I'm wondering, we cannot continue this way. The SDGs 1 and 5 makes it clear we have to deal with poverty, we have to gender equality, and all of that. And so I'm very passionate about those things. So legacy is on my mind. Whenever I am coaching or consulting for a cake business owner, I'm looking at not just the immediate growth, but how that business can become a legacy. But you see, just from that statement that I have spoken now, you will see that the cake business owner on his own cannot bring his business to that point. He needs a coach. That already shows you collaboration. All right? So you have something you're doing. You're going to need help from other people. You are going to need partnership. You are going to need information. You are going to need all sorts of things, no matter what you are doing, especially when you're in business. So there is always the opportunity to collaborate, but you have to initiate. You have to take the initiative and not just say, oh, this is my business, because this is the problem we have mostly in Africa. This business is mine. I don't want anybody to see. I don't want anybody to be part of it. I don't want it to be taken away from me. And we close up. And therefore, our businesses don't grow. But when you bring in partnerships, when you bring in collaborations, things change. And I'm going to show you how we have done that so far at Stacy. These are my contacts. I'm on LinkedIn as Ayo Adeosi, that's my name. Make sure it's the female one that you find anyway. Because on LinkedIn, we are 3 with the same name. My 2 sons and I, we all bear the same name. So make sure it's the female one you pick, all right? There's only one female one. I'm on Instagram. I do a lot of my business on Instagram, and I'm going to tell you in my story how we got there. And of course, I'm on WhatsApp with that number. So I'm going to be telling you my story. How did it start? How did I get in the cake industry? Very funny. Someone came to my house. She left. A flyer had dropped from her bag. I picked up the flyer. It was announcing a cake training for 2 weeks. And I followed up on it. And that was how I got into the industry. It was not planned. But I discovered that that was where I was supposed to be. So there's a part that divinity plays in our lives, and we should always, always be open to it. Because you look at your passion, you look at your skills, you look at your talents, and you are then wondering, okay, I can go into 5 different areas. But if you allow divinity to guide, to lead, then you can nail your purpose and pursue it, have a fulfilled life, and enjoy living. That is how I got into the cake industry. In my 25 years, I worked from 3 different locations in 2 different nations. Prior to COVID-19, I was a cake baker serving individuals, corporations, organizations, events. And I had a training center where I was training newbies to become cake business owners. But I was training cake skills, how to bake the cakes, how to decorate the cakes, how to preserve the cakes. Those were the things I was teaching. And please help us to. Thank you. Pre-COVID, that was what I was doing. And at that time, I had started to leverage on technology to train, because I started having online courses as far back as 2017. People were a bit skeptical then in Ghana. Oh, how will it be? Will it be proper teaching? How is it possible? So I have live processes online, and I had pre-recorded ones, and I was teaching. Post-COVID, the whole world shifted online, and that opened my business up to a lot more business. Prior to COVID, we were serving majorly Ghana and Nigeria. But post-COVID, with the help of technology, working online, we were able to get into 8 African countries. So and up till now, we're in Ghana, we're in Nigeria, we're in Tanzania, we're in Kenya, we're in Zambia, we're in South Africa. Yes, US, we serve customers in the US, in the UK, Cameroon, Sierra Leone, 10 countries, but 8 African nations. And we have clients that I work with from all those countries. And you begin to wonder, how is that possible? We leverage on technology. And that is something that you need to pay attention to in this time. There's no running away from it. You see some young people who say, oh, I don't want to spend time on the internet. I don't want to be on the social media platforms. It depends on what you're doing there, my dear darling. Friend, colleague. If you go there to play around, you waste your data. If you go there to make money, oh man, your data doesn't mean anything anymore. Some of us have become masters at working online, and we make so much money from there, even when we are sleeping. And that is something that you need to do as an African. You need to learn, because now we're trying to close the gap between the Western world and Africa. We must come off the poverty line. And we are looking to the youth to do this. And you sitting here today, you are that youth. Now, post-COVID, after a few years, the idea to become a cake business coach came into my brain. And I was like, business coach? I went online, I searched, and I could find just one person on the whole of the internet who was a cake business coach. Now, don't get me wrong. There are cake coaches who teach the cake baking aspects, the cake skills, but those who teach the business skills, as at that time, there was only one person. She was not African. She was not on our continent. And so that was a bit of a challenge, because there was nobody to look up to. And I had seen some problems in business, in cake business. I went through it, but I was able to successfully tide through it with the help of an African coach, but who was a business coach, not in the cake industry. So when he was training me, I had to myself figure how those things I was learning would translate into the cake industry. So now, here I was seeing so many cake bakers who were having problems with getting customers, making money. Staff were stealing their ingredients and money and running away with it. Customers were all on their necks. There are some businesses that went down because they had problems with customers, and customers went online and spread the word and messed up those businesses forever. So I could see all these problems. And from my experience and my training, I knew that I could help solve these problems. And that was how I dived into doing that. Now, the keyword innovation comes up there. It's never done. Nobody is in that space. Somebody has to start it. Somebody has to build the cart. And I did. And I'm glad to say that today, at least there are 5 other cake business coaches on the continent of Africa who all they are doing is training cake business owners in different aspects of their business. And I'm so, so glad about that. Why? You may think, oh, but you are there, you should guard the whole space and make sure that nobody is able to enter into your space. It does not work like that. I cannot serve 1 million customers. And not everybody is my customer. So seeing other people who are in the cake industry also niching down into cake business coaching is something that I'm grateful for, because many more Africans can then be served. Our businesses can be made to grow. We can now have legacy businesses like KFC, like Nando's, and the rest of them. And we too can put in our quota into the GDP of our various nations. You see, when businesses don't do well, especially if there is an industry that doesn't do well, the government doesn't take cognizance of such an industry. They don't legislate policies to help them, because you first of all must raise your head yourself before people can help you. You carry your load. There's an African saying like that. You must first of all bend down and carry your load. Then people will assist you. Government is not going to legislate policies for you if you don't have a voice. For you to have a voice, you must be doing well, and you must come together as a body. And that is what we are working on, so that we can affect policies in our different nations that will assist that industry to grow. No matter what anybody wants to say, the cake industry cannot be obliterated. It's part of the food industry. And it is a product that is not going anywhere, because people will always be in demand. And so we have to do that work. Some people have done the innovation. Now I'm going to show you how collaborations also happen. We are still innovating, bringing up different ideas, but we are doing it in collaboration. Now, I want you to look at, I want to give you an overview of African entrepreneurship. I have been talking from the cake industry perspective, but I don't know how many people are here who are from the cake industry. So you might be in tech, you might be in hospitality, you might be in education, you might be running your business in any of these capacities. Yeah, but this is the overview. We are now experiencing a growth in the entrepreneurial space in Africa, and innovation is one of the things that's driving it. And you will see that in the fintechs, you see that in the tech hubs, you see that in renewable energy and all of that. So Africans are really coming up with ideas, innovating, coming up with solutions to the problems that they can see around. Because if you are going to succeed in business, you need to identify problems and solve them. Not problems that are in your head. Problems, real problems that people have. They are the things you solve to succeed as a business person in entrepreneurship. And there are several factors that are currently helping us to grow in the African space. The first one is the youthful demography, and that is why you are all here today. I'm so excited to be amongst you. It is one factor, the fact that we have many of our youth who are now thinking and who are now innovating is helping us to drive entrepreneurship on the African continent. And you can be sure that in the next 20, 30 years, the landscape on the African space is going to be quite different if we continue the way we are doing it. But don't forget, we've hit on something: innovation. Innovate. Look at not enough. Can I get education to add to that so that I can still solve this problem? Because every single day you go out or you even stay in your house, there are problems that are around you. You only need to interpret the things you have. There was a time on the African continent, there was nothing like sachet water. When I was growing up, there was no sachet water in Africa. There was no sachet water. But one day somebody woke up and said, people are moving from place to place. The African sun is hitting on them. They are not close to home and they need clean water. And this, okay, so what can we do about it? The bottled water came first. So wherever you are, you can just step into a shop or by the roadside, just get a bottle of water and keep going. You don't have to try to go back home or something. And then there was the aspect of, oh, the bottled water is so expensive. That brought about the sachet water, the same quantity, but in at a cheaper rate because of the packaging. Those were people who were thinking, they saw a problem and sat down. How do we solve it? They innovated. That is what we are asking young people to do in Africa. Innovate, think, look at problems around you, sit down. You may not be able to do it alone. That is the place for collaboration. You have to look for good heads like yourself. When you find coaches who are ahead of you, I'm so glad there are many coaches on this call today. Please take down their numbers, take down their contacts, and make sure that you are in touch. Because at one time or the other, you are going to need the help of coaches. They have gone ahead. They have the experience. They have the knowledge. So when you get an idea that you want to work on and you really don't know where to go from there, you can speak to them. You could have mentors too who have these ideas. And then you can go ahead to implement as you are guided. Working with coaches, mentors, or other people, all that, they are all collaborations to make you reach your goals. So some of the factors that have helped us in Africa, we have technology too and connectivity. So the internet is there helping us. Now we have a rising middle class. We didn't used to have a middle class. When I was very young, there was a middle class. Somewhere along the line, the middle class was wiped out. And so we had the upper class and the lower class. And so in my industry, for example, since there were no middle class, we had a bit of a problem. But now with what is happening in Africa, the middle class is coming back. And so a lot of the innovations that you are likely to come up with, you have a wider range of people who can tap into it and make use of it. The same thing, government initiatives and policies are now being friendly. In the last 2 years, the Ghana government and the Nigerian government have put so many policies in place to help micro, small, medium enterprises to thrive, because statistics shows that these SMEs will drive the economy in Africa. So governments are beginning to pay attention. So you have the opportunity now to get into the industries that you really desire to be in, and the policies are becoming favorable. Grants and masterclasses are getting more and more affordable and available. So there's everything possible to make you make it easier for you to operate in the entrepreneurial space in Africa. We have so many success stories. I want to use those to encourage you that these people who have done these things on the continent have just one head the way you have. My mother always used to tell me, when we say, hey, mommy, I can't do this, she will tell you, the person that did it does not have two heads. That person has just one head like you. So you go use your head and get that thing done. These people have been able to do it. In Africa, you're Africans. You don't have an excuse not to succeed. You don't. No, not at all. In the fintech space, we have M-Pesa from Kenya. We have Flutterwave from Nigeria. They are solving financial solutions to different problems that people have in the fintech space. And these innovations are honestly, they blow my mind, especially because I'm coming from way back when these things never existed. They never existed. And so when you see that now with Flutterwave, you can transfer money from an African country to Europe, to Asia, to America without leaving the comfort of your house. I mean, it's amazing. You can get somebody from the US to pay you for your services in your room in Africa. I mean, what else are you looking for? Okay. We also have in the agricultural space, farmline like in Ghana. So you see, I've listed the countries here so that you can also see that every nation in Africa is making their attempts. And it is human beings like you, young people like you, who are doing these things. And you too should never let anything discourage you from getting these things done. Farmline provides farmers with vital information, market access, and financial services. That's what Farmline does. And they are successfully doing that in Ghana. I'm sure in the next 5 years, there are other nations in Africa that will also replicate that. We have off-grid electric from Tanzania. They are providing solar energy solutions for communities. Everybody knows that solar energy is very expensive, but they are bringing it in such a way that even small local communities can tap into it, and then socio-economic activities would increase. We have the tech hubs. They seem to even be the ones that are doing the most, okay? Tech hubs are centers where collaborations happen. So I'm sure that you are going to need this information if you are in the tech space and you intend to do something in the tech space. You need to find tech hubs around you. Different countries have different tech hubs where you can get into and begin to share your ideas with other people who are like-minded, and collaborations come out from there. Because the tech hubs help you to, come together, think alike, and put structures to the ideas that you have and run with it. In Kenya, we have success stories. The iHub has helped Ushahidi, has helped BRCK. BRCK is a hardware and service technology company. They focus on internet access solutions. Ushahidi is a non-profit tech company. So you see that there are different things that people are doing in the tech space and in different spaces. So you, just like the last speaker said, you cannot be a copy of somebody else. Innovation means you come up with your own idea. You may not have the entirety of the picture together at the beginning. That is why you need to collaborate with others to expand it and make it workable. Something that you can run with for yourself, for your community, and for the continent. In Nigeria, they also have CC Hub. If you know about Paystack is a fin company. It provides online payment solutions. A lot of us coaches use Paystack to collect our money from those who want our services. And when Paystack came, I think like 5-7 years ago, they struggled a bit at the beginning, but now it's well stabilized, and they are expanding their services, also going from Nigeria to other aspects of the world. There's LifeBank, which is a health tech startup. So it's not only in fintech, any aspect of life, you can get into these tech hubs and you will be able to find people who could be of assistance to you. There are challenges to all these things. It's not all smooth sailing. There's problem with accessing finance, infrastructure deficits. If you're in Nigeria, you know what the power problem is like. It's a crazy situation. There's sometimes the regulatory bodies are a hindrance, but then you would not let anything stop you. You keep pushing and pushing against this. Resilience is very important. Your mind must be made up to run with whatever is in your hands. Okay? So the entrepreneurial landscape in Africa is blooming, it's growing, and you should be a part of it. In my final words, I'm going to use the words of Mr. Yunus Ibrahim, who's going to speak later. He posted this on LinkedIn 4 months ago. He said, never despise the days of small beginnings. Think global, but start small. Those are my parting words for you today. Don't think anything you are doing is small. When I started Stacy, it was small. It was just me in my house, right? But it has grown over the years. And we're solving problems for over 1,000 cake bakers across the African continent, and we are still growing. Currently, we have 3 collaborations that are running. We've had with people in Nigeria. Right now, we are doing collaborations in every nation where we have clients working with their government bodies to develop systems where they can, as united entities, get grants and master classes. Because these businesses need to grow. As individual businesses, they're very small units, so it's difficult to get grants. But when they come together, then it becomes a big thing. So we are working with regulatory bodies, we are working with organizations in all these different countries to bring them together, put them in hubs, and get grants to grow these businesses. Because statistics shows that the cake industry is going to keep growing. I think this last year, 2023, the income worldwide was $428 billion from cake for the cake industry alone. We're not talking about the food industry. $428 billion, and it's projected to grow at 3.3% year on year. So you see that my industry, for instance, is not going anywhere, and so we have to keep innovating and bringing up ideas to make what we are doing better and to serve the people we serve in a better way. So don't despise the small beginnings. Think global, start small. Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim, for this opportunity. Stephanie, I'm grateful. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Ayo Adeosi. So in a cake-centric world where Madam Adeosi has identified a crucial industry need, working to boost productivity and ensure sustainability. Through her guidance and expertise, diverse business owners thrive, contributing to economic growth. Madam Ayo emphasizes the pivotal role of innovation and collaboration in her success, and she urges us to apply these principles in our businesses and everyday lives. So I'm very grateful to you, Madam, for giving us insight in your field, and we really appreciate you today. So before I continue, I would like to introduce someone who has just joined us. This is Ruka Yaro Delinam. Thank you very much for being here. I'll move to our next speaker. Wow. I'll move to our next speaker, which is Mr. Bismark Tay. Mr. Bismark Tay is a certified leadership coach and a speaker and trainer. He is also a human behavior analyst and consultant. He's going to speak about leadership as a tool for personal and social transformation. Thank you, Mr. Bismark Tay, for being here, and we really hope to learn a lot from you today. So over to you now.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. And thank you, Mustapha, for this opportunity. Where I am, it's still good afternoon. And wherever you are from the world, it's a good day. And it's great for people of all colors, all races, people with different ideas, but joined by the need to make Africa, to make society better. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to join all of you. I've listened to the last two speakers, and personally, I have learned a lot as well. Madam Ayo, congratulations on building a great business. It's one thing having successful cake business in Africa. It's another having a successful cake business coach. And I'm happy for what you are doing, and I wish you all the best. Now, as my background as a life coach, a John Maxwell certified life coach and business and leadership consultant, I see leadership is the favorite subject I love and I speak on because of the power of it in making all things get better for all of us. So first of all, what is leadership? Leadership, defined by so many people, but essentially, a leadership is about having the ears of your people and making use of that ear to have them give you their effort so that collectively with that effort, you achieve common goals and objectives with the people. Getting the ears of your people and using their ears to get their effort and working together with them to achieve a common goal or purpose. Now, what is the getting of the ear? Everyone, when we are speaking, we expect to be listened to, just as I'm doing here. When you are speaking to someone and the person is not paying attention to you, the person is not listening to you, it becomes difficult for you to get any effort from that person. It becomes difficult for you to get any help, any support whatsoever from that person. One-on-one communication. Now, working together as a group of people, whether at the home, whether at the workplace, whether in a larger organization, whether political leadership, leadership essentially entails one person speaking ideas, saying things, and others listening, taking in what is said, and then giving their hand or effort. And that act of being listened to, getting people to listen to you, when people listen to you, it means you have influence over them, which is why a lot of people say leadership is influence. And John Maxwell says it is nothing more, nothing less. Leadership is influence. So that influence is having the ability or gaining the ability to be listened to by people, such that whatever great idea you have, whatever great vision you have, the people's ability to listen to you will now put them in a place where they can support you, they can give you their effort, they can give you their time, they can give you their resources in order to pursue whatever goal it is. So leadership is influencing people to achieve a common goal. Now, why leadership? Why is there a need for leadership? The need for leadership at the center of personal and social transformation is that leadership combines dreams, people, and resources. Leadership combines dreams, people, and resources. We all have dreams, personal dreams, as individuals. We are all aspiring for something great. Over my 14 plus years of professional coaching, I am yet to meet anyone who does not aspire for any improvement, anything else, anything better in life. Generally, you have people who are more specific with what they want from life. Others may not have, but overall, everybody wants something better out of life. And so we all have dreams. And the fact that you just have the dreams doesn't mean that you will achieve them. You need to do something about it. You use your own time, your resources, you need the help and support of people. So in our personal leadership, leading ourselves to get what we need from life, we need to combine our dreams, our people, and then resources. Then organizational level as well. Leaders in institution, leaders in organization, leaders at home, leaders at school, leaders in a business. We have dreams, visions or goals or objectives. Those are the dreams of a better tomorrow for the organization. And then we have people we work with, and there are resources. So leadership combines all these three: dreams, people, resources, so that they become beneficial to either ourselves or our society. Now, how does leadership transform your personal life? I always say that if you can't lead yourself, you can't lead anyone. And so leadership begins from self, from you, your ability to manage or regulate yourself from the knowledge of who you are, what you can do, and where you want to go to. The knowledge of who you are, what you can do, and where you want to go to. And so successfully managing or regulating yourself such that your awareness of who you are, the natural abilities you come into this world with, and how you are going to use those to achieve your aims, to achieve your dreams while working with people. That is what self-leadership is. It includes self-discipline, accountability, a lot of them. How you successfully regulate yourself, how you successfully manage yourself so that what you want, you get. So that what you want to do, you say you will do, you are able to do that. And that is self-leadership. So in personal transformation, leadership, the knowledge of leadership, learning how to lead helps us to lead ourselves first. Then learning how to lead helps us to connect better with people. So our relationships with people become better. Why? You can't lead people without connecting with them. I grew up as a young boy who was timid, who was very shy. I hardly want to come in front of people, to the extent that I even I avoid walking on the street where people will see me. That's where I am coming from. But leadership forced me to come in front of people. So I had to learn how to connect with people, how to communicate with people before I will be able to get their ear and then their effort. So learning to lead, learning to work with people helps us in better connecting with people and have more meaningful relationships with people. Then also learning to lead, leadership in transforming our personal life. Leadership gives us the opportunity to attain significance in people's life. Now, what do I mean by that? Our world some few years back was about success, personal success. How many homes do you have? How much do you have in your bank account? How many cars you have and all of that. But today, our world is looking more at how are other people becoming successful because of my success? What role am I playing? What role is my personal achievement playing in the lives of people? How is society getting better because I am getting better? It is no longer about just me, but it's about others, how people are getting better as a result of my success. And if anybody can say, I am who I am this, I am that, because of Stephanie, then it makes Stephanie very significant in the person's life. If somebody can say, I am who I am because of the value Mustapha has poured into my life, and for which reason I grew and I'm able to do these things ordinarily, which I wouldn't have been able to do, then Mustapha has attained significance in that person's life. And leading yourself, where you are able to connect with yourself, you are able to do what you want to do, you are able to connect better with people. You make use of these two to get to know people, their areas for need, their areas for improvement, and then you pour yourself into them. You give them your time and you help them solve their problems. And that's how we attain significance, through leadership. Now, how does leadership transform society? Leadership, basically, in terms of society, it's about solving societal problems from organizations, businesses. Coach Ayo, for instance, is solving a problem for cake business owners, how to upskill, how to get master classes, develop them so they can run their business. This is a problem they are facing. Every business exists to solve a problem. We all know that on this call. Now, broader societal leadership, even if we go into political leadership, our political leaders are supposed to know the problems of their people and then solve those problems to make society a better place for their citizens. And so when we are able to attain self-leadership, we are able to connect with people, we are able to attain significance in people. We just translate this into a bigger scale on a societal level to solve societal problems. And when we do this, we are able to lead change and innovation. The constant thinking, how can I make people better? How can I make society better? How can I make my business better? That is the beginning of innovation. And so a leader who truly has the heart and the mind for the people will constantly be thinking how to transform, how to make things better. And that is how change and innovation will become a byproduct. And then when we do that, we transform generations. Facebook has transformed us. And Madam Ayo just mentioned the likes of Farmer Line. I know the CEO of Farmer Line from Ghana, a very, very young, brilliant guy. And look what he's using technology, his innovation to do across the world. I use Paystack, my business, all my online programs. Paystack is what I use to make it possible for people from all over the world to access my programs and pay. So when we truly learn to lead ourselves, we truly learn to care, to connect with people, we truly desire to see people better, to have significance in the lives of people, change, innovation, and generational transformation, they just become a byproduct of that self that we have become, that always wants to bring a change, a positive change in the lives of people. So with leadership, we can attain personal transformation and we can attain societal transformation. With leadership, we are able to attain personal and societal transformation. Now, how do we become a great leader? Leadership is like any skill anybody can learn. I don't believe in the fact that leaders are born. We are all born. We learn to lead. Anybody can learn to lead. I told you where I'm coming from a point of no contact with people. I couldn't keep an eye contact with anybody for more than 5 seconds. I couldn't do that. That's where I'm coming from. But I learned to lead. I learned to connect with people. I learned to listen to people. I learned to work with people. I learned to understand people. I learned to plan. I learned to organize. I learned to coordinate. And all these are skills that are needed in leadership. So we can learn to lead. And how do we learn to lead? You learn first from your own life experiences. The greatest lessons we learn in life, they are just mostly from our own lives. If we can get them, make it a habit to sometimes just pause and reflect, play our life back like a movie, we'll be able to pick a lot of lessons from our failings, from our successes, from the people around us, from the places we have been. That is the first point of learning to lead. The second is reading books on leadership and human behavior. Reading books. I didn't say buying books. I know a lot of people, they have a habit of buying lots of books and they do shelf development instead of self-development. You buy the books, you read them, you learn from them. Books on leadership and human behavior. Why human behavior? Human behavior because leadership is working with people and human behavior is constantly changing. So if you have a limited knowledge on human behavior, you will have a limited ability to lead people. The more knowledgeable you are in human behavior, the more you place yourself in a position to lead and manage people better. So you read books on leadership and human behavior, you attend seminars and conferences on leadership, on personal development. So you get the opportunity to in sometimes 10 minutes, learn from somebody's 10 years, 20 years of experience. I say that books and seminars, they are one of the cheapest ways of learning. Somebody's 20 years experience, he will prepare a 10 minutes presentation. And instead of you waiting 20 years to learn something, you learn in 10 minutes. It's a very cheap, economical, and fast way of learning. So we attend seminars and conferences. And then finally, get a leadership coach and mentor, a professional leadership coach that can help you working with your unique personality. We lead differently. The way I lead will not be the way Stephanie or Mustapha or Madam Ayo will lead. You lead from who you are. And so a professional will work with you, considering your unique abilities and help you chart the right and unique path of leadership for you. That's what a professional leadership coach will do with you. Then you need mentor, somebody who has led over a period, somebody whose leadership you admire, not a role model, somebody you have an interaction with, somebody you meet regularly to review what you are doing, run what you are doing by the person, and the person gives you feedback. You come constantly engaging the person. So these 4 ways, learning from your life experiences, reading books on leadership and human behavior, attending seminars and conferences, getting a coach and a mentor, they will put you in a place to learn how to lead. We cannot talk about leadership in one day. I only have a few minutes. Now, to end, I would say this. If you learn to lead, you will transform your society. But if you fail to lead, to learn, if you fail to learn to lead, your society will transform you. If you learn to lead, you will transform your society. But if you fail to learn to lead, your society will transform you. There is a role. If you are transforming society, you do it from your convictions. You do it from you. You are playing a role. You are a participant in that transformation. You are not a spectator. But if you fail to learn to lead, society will transform you. You become a byproduct of what society wants you to be. Now, the question is, as young people in Africa gathered on this call, what do you want? Do you want to be part of the transformation process of Africa? Do you want to play a role? Do you want, in Ghana we say, do you want your corn flour to be in the pot whilst preparing the bamboo? Do you want to participate actively? Your thoughts, your ideas are part of the transformation process of Africa. If that is you, and that is me as well, then every day we have to be conscious of learning how to lead, because leadership ability gives us one step at being part of the transformation of society. And I wish all of us the best in whatever we are doing. And every time, let's keep pushing, let's keep innovating, and let's make Africa a better place for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bismark Tay. So a leader who truly has the well-being of those he leads will constantly find innovative ways to manage those he leads. There are so many tips and insights shared with us today from Mr. Bismark Tay. Overall, learning leadership helps us to learn ourselves, to lead ourselves, and with leadership, we are able to attain personal and social transformation. Personally, I have learned diverse ways. I think I have a lot of learning to do. Probably I'll contact you. I'll contact you directly later. So thank you, Mr. Bismark.
Let me quickly, Stephanie, just a moment. Let me quickly share my WhatsApp number and my website on the chat box, so anybody can feel free to reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll quickly move to, before that, I would like to just alert you that we'll do question and answers after every speaker speaks. So you just stay patient as we continue the session. And when we get to the end of the session, we'll allow you to ask all the questions you need to ask from our speakers. Thank you. So now we'll listen to Mr. Peter Asare, who is a global financial literacy advocate and educator, and a certified financial fitness coach / entrepreneur and author. He's going to speak about mastering your finances like a champion. So, Mr. Peter Asare Nyarko, thank you for being here today, and would love to hear what you have to share with us.
Hi, Stephanie. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you all for taking your time to join this conference. Let me acknowledge the earlier speakers. A lot of information have been shared here, and I believe once we take it and run with it, we are going to transform our lives and also transform the lives of the people around us. So let me try and share my screen. I hope you can see my screen now. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So I'm speaking on mastering your finances like a champion. So when I had the invite to speak at this summit, I was looking at the definition for champion. And Merriam-Webster defined a champion as someone who showed marked superiority. And so they are ahead of things. They know what they are about. And you can attest to that fact that all the speakers who spoke earlier, they are champion in their various field of operations. And so as a champion, and everyone on this call or everyone in this summit is a champion. And so as a champion, how do you get ahead of your finances? How do you take control of your finances? And so about 2 weeks ago, I launched my YouTube channel. And so if you want to know more about managing money, multiplying money, and making money, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel, Peter Asare Nyarko. And let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep the money conversation going. Thank you very much. So dear champion, are you managing your finances or your finances are managing you? This is my first question that I want to ask. Are you managing your finances as a champion or your finances are managing you? If your finances are managing you, then you are not on top of your finances. And so you may not be a champion yet. But if you are managing your finances, that means you are exhibiting or showing the qualities of a champion. And so it is important for each and every one of us to take absolute control of our finances. And so you have a souvenir that will tell you if you are managing your finances or your finances are managing you. And so after my presentation, I will share these slides with the organizers. So when you get these slides, you can easily take the online survey, and that will tell you if you are managing your finances or your finances are managing you. And so research shows that each one of us, we have a phobia in one aspect of life or the other. And for most people, when you raise money conversations, their blood pressure goes up. And so my question is, which area of your personal finances frustrates you the most? Is it about dealing with debt? Is it about tracking your net worth? Is it about tax preparation? For some, it's about insurance and risk management. And so we may all have one area of our finances where we find it difficult. And so at the end of this presentation, I will make sure I break some of these terms down so you can actually master your finances as the champion that you are. And so we have developed a systematic approach that we think will benefit each and every one. And so once you understand this systematic approach, you'll be able to make informed financial decisions, you will have the best chances to secure your financial future. And you will also know the secret to smart money management. And so we call this the foundation to financial awareness and financial literacy. And we believe once you get to understand these principles or these concepts, you will be able to master your personal finance. So now let's go into them. What are these elements, or what does this systematic approach entails? So the systematic approach, we have two sides. We have getting organized, and then we have financial planning. So now let's go into getting organized. Getting organized has 4 elements under it. We have paperwork, we have net worth, we have cash flow, and we have employment benefits. We believe once you understand these concepts and get yourself organized, you can actually plan your finances and win like a champion. But if you don't understand this concept, it will be difficult to even start planning your finances. And so mostly when people come to me as a financial coach and they want to know what kind of investments should I start, what are some of the investments I can invest in, I always tell them, first and foremost, we need to make sure you are financially organized before we can even start investing. And so it is important for you to get yourself financially organized. So talking about paperwork, from the very moment you were giving birth to, you were given a birth certificate. Since that time, anytime you engage in a financial contract or a financial transaction, you either get a utility bill, you either get a receipt, you either get a contract. And so where do you keep all these financial documents? You have opened an investment account, your investment certificates. Where do you keep these investment certificates? You have buy a land. You have a contract that covers the land. Where do you keep this contract? You pay your utilities. Where do you keep your utility bills? And so for you to master your money or master your finances like a champion, it is important for you to organize your paperwork, your investment certificate, your bank statement, your utility bills, insurance policies, rent contract agreements. All these vital financial documents should be organized. And now it's even easier. You can just take a picture with your phone and put all these documents into a digital folder. You can place them in a Dropbox, Google Drive, and all that, so that you can always make reference to them. Let me share this quick story with you. So there was one time I paid my utilities in my house, and then about 3 weeks after that, my landlord came to me and he said, "Peter, you haven't paid your utilities for this number of weeks." Then I just went back into my folder, took my receipt, and then gave it to him. He was like, "Oh, sorry." And so if you don't keep track of your financial documents, you will incur more than you should. You will even pay things twice because you don't have any reference or any proof. And so the first thing as a champion you need to do is to make sure all your financial documents are in place. And so life is great when your paperwork are in place. It's very important. The second thing you need to do is to know your net worth. For you to get financially organized, you need to know your net worth. Your net worth are the things you own and the things you owe. And so the difference between what you own and what you owe will give you your net worth. What you owe are your assets, things that have monetary value. And so in making sure you master your finances, you need to track all your assets. And assets, we have 2 forms of assets. We have personal assets. That's your personal properties. Might be your car, the land you have, your computers. You have to track them because they have monetary value. And then we have financial assets. The investments you have, insurance policies, all other assets, cash at bank, they are all financial assets. So make sure you have tracked your personal assets, you have tracked your financial assets, and that will give you your total assets. Then what you owe. your financial obligations. They are your liabilities, the things you owe others. So you need to list all your financial obligations, the loan, the every aspect. If you are paying car mortgage, if you took a loan to buy a car and then you are paying installments, you have to list that. So you need to know all your financial obligations. So the difference between your asset and your liabilities will give you your net worth. So that is how much you are worth. And so if you have an asset, let's say you have a land, and the land worth at, let's say, 50,000 Ghana cedis, or let me use dollars, since we are from different countries and different continents. So you have $50,000 worth of land. And then you took a loan, let's say $40,000 to buy that land. In this case, you don't tell yourself, I have a $50,000 worth of land. You need to take out the liability, the loan. And so 40,000 minus 50,000 will give you $10,000. And so when you're talking about your net worth, your actual net worth is $10,000. And so you need to track the two. Why should you track your net worth? Why should you know your net worth? Regardless of your financial situation, knowing your net worth can help you evaluate your current financial health and plan for the future. Because you want to plan for the future, because you want to master your money, you need to know your assets and your liabilities. This will help you make an informed decisions. If you know your financial obligations, that will inform you if you have to pay off that obligation. So it's very important. And then you should also make sure you are tracking your net worth annually. It should be an annual exercise. Annual exercise. Now let's move. So Benjamin Franklin said something that is, I think, it's really important for us to know. Your net worth to the world is usually determined by what remains after your bad habits are subtracted from the good ones. And so this is to the world. Your net worth to the world, your benefit to the world is what remains after your bad habits is subtracted from the good ones. So what are the good things you are giving out to the world? And what are the bad things? You need to also assess that and make sure you are always providing good to the world. Another thing you need to do is to assess your cash flow or track your cash flow. Your cash flow is your income versus your expenditure. So how is your cash flowing? Where is your income coming from? And where is your money going? So you need to track all your income and track all your expenditure. The difference will give you your cash flow statement. And for most people, their only source of income is themselves. And so if they work they have a job at the end of the month, once they get pay, that is their only source of income. And so if something happens, let's say COVID, let's say if we have COVID 2024, and employers are saying they are going to lay off some workers, once they lose that job, their income ceases. And so in assessing your cash flow statement, you need to also look at multiple streams of income. So this is where you should always make sure you are not depending on one source of income, because the average millionaire has 7 sources of income. And so for you to master your money like a champion, you need to create multiple streams of income. You don't need to depend on one source of income. You need to make sure you have multiple sources. So if one source of income ceases, there are other sources that can help you out. And here too, I want to make this comment that, yes, sometimes when you talk about multiple streams of income, people think you want them to stop their work and start their own businesses. That is not what we are trying to say. Not everyone can start a business, but all of us can invest. And so there are various ways you can put your money to work. There are various ways you can put your money to work so you can create multiple streams of income. Very important. So your income versus your expenditure, the difference will give you your cash flow statement. It's very important to get organized with that. Benjamin Franklin also said something here. Beware of little expenses. A small leak can sink a great ship. And so when we are talking about cash flow statements, mostly our expenses can give us a negative cash flow. And so you need to be aware of every little expense that you make. You need to take note of that. You need to take note of that because that can sink your entire financial foundation. Very important. The last thing you need to do to get yourself financially organized is to understand your employment benefits. And if you're a self-employed person, you need to also give yourself some benefits. Employment benefits are your hidden paychecks. And so organizations gives out a lot of benefit to their employees. Transport allowance, vacation allowance, dental plan, retirement plan. These are some of the benefits that employers give out. And so you need to understand them and take maximum advantage of that. If your employer is giving, let's say, a transport allowance and you are not aware, you may be using your own money for transport, and that can hinder you from achieving financial success, or that can destroy your financial foundation. Monies that you could have used to invest, you may be using that for transport. Meanwhile, the employer is providing that. And so you need to be aware of your employment benefits. And so for some of us, Monday, we may have to have a meeting with our HR department to know what are the benefits they are giving their employees, so we can take advantage of that. So you need to understand your employment benefits and make maximum use of that. Very important. A reward cannot be valued if it is not understood. And so if your employer is giving benefits and you don't understand it, you may not utilize it. And so you need to understand your employment benefits and make sure you are taking maximum advantage of that. Now, after getting yourself organized with paperwork, net worth, cash flow, and understanding your employment benefits, now the second aspect is financial planning. Financial planning. And so in planning your finances, the first thing you need to do is to define your financial goals. You need to have goals. And there is a huge difference between a financial goal and a financial dream. One thing I've seen is most of us, we have financial dreams. Yes, we want to start businesses. We want to travel around the world. We want to drive the latest car. We want to build the biggest apartment. They are dreams. But a financial goal is something you have planned for and working towards. Something you have planned for and working towards. And so if you are saying, I want to start a business, you know the kind of business you want to start. You know how much you need to start the business. And so we should have goals instead of having dreams. Understanding goals. So you need to know what is really important to you. If you are defining your financial goal, know what is important to you. Know what type of work you enjoy doing. And so if I enjoy public speaking, in drafting my goals, I should make provisions for public speaking as well. Where do you want to live in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years? Yes, maybe now you are living in a rented apartment. In 5 years' time, do you want to build your whole own house? So you need to set goals for all these items. Where do you want to be financially in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years? So maybe now you are earning 4-figure income, or you are earning 5-figure income. Maybe in 5 years, you want to be earning 6-figure income, 10-figure income. And so you need to set goals according to where you want to be financially. It's very important. How much time do you want to give to your work, your kids, your spouse, yourself, your interest, your community? Set goals for that. Set goals for that. When do you want to retire from your current work? You need to set goals for that. What are your gift and legacy plans? What kind of legacy do you want to leave? If you want to be someone who want to support other people in your community, that will also inform the kind of money you have to make. So it's very important to know all this and define them accordingly. And in defining your goals too, you need to define SMART goals. So your goals need to be SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and with time. Very important. You also need to break your goals down into short-term goals, medium-term goals, and long-term goals, depending on your objectives. So it's very important when we are setting our goals. So I have here, this is a quote that is coming from me. There's a huge difference between a financial dream and a financial goal. A financial dream is something we hope for. A financial goal is something we have planned for. And so once you move from hoping to planning, then you are setting goals. Very important. After setting your financial goals, in planning your finances and for you to win like a champion, you need to understand and plan for financial independence and retirement. Yes. Financial independence is getting to a point where you don't depend on anyone for your financial resources. You have accumulated enough wealth that you don't necessarily need to go to work so your life can move on. And then retirement is getting to a point where you want to retire from active work. And so for young people, mostly young people, when you talk to them about retirement, they don't want to hear about it. We understand, but we need to be financially independent, because without financial independence, it will be difficult to plan for your retirement. And so let's prioritize our financial independence. And also let's think about the future, because now you may have all the strengths, you may have the capacity, the ability to go out there, work and make money. By the time it's coming, you will have to retire. Your strength will reduce. Even if you don't want to retire, the system will retire you. So for example, in Ghana, once you hit 60 years, the system will retire you. And so you need to factor all this into consideration when you are planning for your financial independence and retirement. And then there is this rule that I want you to know: how long it will take to double your income on or any principal. So if you are doing an investment, and let's say you have $10,000 in an investment account, how long will it take for that investment to double? And so you need to divide that by 72. You need to divide 72 by your rate of return. So let's say if you have $10,000 and you are making 8% on that amount, it will take you 9 years for that to double. Yes, so that's the rule of 72. It will take you, divide 72 by the rate of return to know how much you want your income to double. And then there is this, we need to understand the time value of money and compounding. And so I have a quick question here. You can drop your answer in the chat box. Yes, after that, I will send the response to Mr. Ibrahim to share. So I'm going to give out a check right now. Yes, I have a check for $1 million. And so if you want a check for $1 million, you can drop your answer in the chat box. After that, I'll give the check to Mr. Ibrahim to give it to you. My second option is I have a check for $1 doubled each day for 30 days. The first option is a check for $1 million. The second option is a check for $1 doubled each day for 30 days. But here is the rule. For check 1, I'll give it to you right away. For check 2, you have to wait for 30 days to get access to that check. Which one are you going for? Which one are you going for? Yes. I can see your option 2. Yes, so you can drop your answer in the chat box and I'll make this check available. I promise. Yes, so I think most of us are going for option 2. Okay, so now let's look at what will happen. Yes. So at the end of day 30, you will have $5.4 million if you waited for 30 days to get the second option. What this means is that money, saving and investing even a little, can make a huge difference over time. 2, there's power in patience. And so for you to create wealth, for you to multiply your money, you need patience. There's no investment that you can use 1 million for, that will give you 5.4 million in 30 days. But this one, it was certain that at day 30, I was going to give you that amount. And so that is patience. So this is the power of compounding. This principle actually talks about the power of compounding. Money grows over time. Money grows over time. So if you're doing an investment, make sure you are rolling up your money. Yes. Once you do an investment, keep rolling that investment, and over time, you will have huge amounts of money in your account. Now let's go to another aspect, the need to prioritize your major expenditures. The need to prioritize your major expenditures. And so there are certain major expenditure items that you can't just take money from your bank account and go and do them. You need to forward think. You need to plan ahead. So what are your major expenditures? Have you prioritized them? So buying a car, you can't just go into your account and take money to go out there and buy a car. You need to do some forward thinking. Starting a business, you need to think through before you start a business. And so we need to prioritize our major expenditures. We need to plan for them before we do them. Even getting married, even pursuing higher education, you need to think through them. You can't just wake up one day and say, I want to do my master's, I want to do my PhD, because you need money to do that. And so you need to plan for them before you start doing that. So you need to plan for your major expenditure if you want to master your money or master your finances. Another element is for you to understand investing. If you want to win the game of money, if you want to master your finances like a champion, you need to understand investing. And so investing is a lifelong task. Yes, investing is towards the future. So mostly I tell people we save with the intention to spend money, but we invest with the intention to earn money. You are putting your money at risk so you can earn additional income. That is investment. But before you put your money at risk, there are certain key elements you need to know. How investments earn money. How investments earn money. So how do you want your investment to earn you money? Are you looking for income or you are looking for growth? That will determine what kind of investment you want to do. Asset allocation and asset classes. What kind of assets, what kind of industry do you want to put your money in? So you need to know the kind of asset classes, asset allocation you want to put your money in. Do you want to invest in agribusiness? Do you want to invest in real estate? Do you want to invest in telecommunication business? Do you want to go into groceries, food business? You need to think through before you put your money at risk. And mostly when you go to the banks or financial institutions, they invest in some of these industries. So one question I encourage my client to ask is, where do you invest our money? Are you investing in oil and gas? And so if there is a decision about oil and gas, then I can take decision for myself. Because every decision that government take, every decision that political decisions, economic decisions will affect your investment. And so if you're investing in, let's say, securities, and government is saying, I'm going to apply haircut, definitely it is going to affect your investment. So you need to know how you want to allocate your assets and how you want to classify your assets. So this is where diversification needs to come in. Diversify your income or your investment. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't put all your money in securities. And so when government is applying haircuts, then you'll be screaming. You need to diversify. Put some in food businesses, put some in income generating assets. So every time you have diversification. You need to understand investment risk and target rate of return. Always remember, the higher the reward, the higher the risk. The lower the reward, the lower the risk. Yes. And so if you're looking for high risk investment or high profits, then you have high risk. If an investment house comes to you and say, I'll give you 60% per annum, that means you stand 60% chance of losing your money. So you need to understand that. You need to understand your risk appetite. For most people, when they lose $10, they will cry the entire day. But someone can lose $10,000 and they are okay. That means they have high risk appetite. So you need to understand that. That will inform your investment decision. So what are some good investment strategies? After taking all these things into consideration, now you can go into investment with confidence. Yes, that if there is a haircut somewhere, I know the decision that I'm taking, and so that will not affect me. Be patient. If a get-rich-quick scheme seems too good to be true, it is probably so. And so in investing, patience is key. If you follow the get-rich-quick schemes, you might lose your money. Yes. And so this quote is saying that if a get-rich-quick scheme seems too good to be true, if something seems too good to be true, this one there, then you have to be aware of that. Yes, so you don't fall victim to Ponzi schemes and all that. The next thing I'll talk about is understanding insurance and risk management. Very important when you are planning your finances. You need to understand insurance and risk management. What is insurance? Insurance basically provides protection against possible eventuality. And so let's say you have a car, because you know the car might hit something or might involve in an accident. Let me secure that. So when that happens, an insurance company will come in and say, I am taking care of all the costs involved. Because you know, you can fall sick. Yes, accidents can happen. Let me insure my life. So if I'm no more, my family don't go through that process or that suffering. So you need to know, do you need life insurance? You need to ask yourself, how much do you need? Are you paying too much for your car insurance? So there are a lot of questions you need to ask yourself about insurance. So mostly, I tell people, don't follow what people are saying. Walk to the insurance company, sit down with them, ask relevant questions, get to understand their policies before you sign on to any insurance. Read the terms and conditions. One thing is that most people do not read the terms and conditions. And so they don't know what is happening. And then they will default on their insurance payment or premiums. And then the insurance company will say, we are not giving you the money because there was a default somewhere. But if you read the policies, if you read the terms and conditions, you will keep to it and you can take the insurance company on if they are not honoring their part of the consideration. So it's important for you to understand insurance and use insurance and risk management to protect yourself, your family, your loved ones, and your wealth. Understand tax planning. Yes, there are two things that are certain in life. We will all die and we will all pay taxes. Yes, so you need to understand taxes. And there are ways you can minimize tax obligations. So you need to learn that. You need to make sure you understand taxes. If you need to see a tax professional for you to understand taxes, it is important. We are talking about collaboration. So financial planning, you may need to collaborate with other professionals. Collaborate with an accountant, tax professional, insurance professional. Make sure you are collaborating with the others so you can take absolute control of your finances. And the last thing under this financial planning aspect is understanding estate and gifts planning. Estate and gifts planning. Do you have an up-to-date estate and gifts plan to protect yourself and your family? Do you have a will, a legal document that will protect your wealth and that will distribute your assets? There have been cases across the world where people die and their family fight over their assets. And so you need to put a legal document down. You can even raise a document that will say, if I die, my body shouldn't be buried. Yes. Take my body to a hospital so they can use it for experiment. You can put a document down that will say 50% of my assets should go to my alma mater or my former school. should go to my community, should build a library for my community. You can put a legal document like that. And so in planning your finances, you need to think about legacy building. How do I build legacy? Succession planning. How do I make a lasting impact? Even if I'm not on earth, how do I make a lasting impact? Estate and gift planning will walk you through that and will help you put all those legal documents in place. So the only person who doesn't need an estate and gift plan is one who lives forever. And so if you think you will live forever, then you don't need an estate plan. Don't put a will together. Yes, but not all of us can live forever. We will die. And so because we will die, because life is uncertain, we need to put legal document in place. So when we die or when something happens, it can take care of us. And did you know everyone has an estate and gift plan? The one the government provides you or the one you create for yourself and your family. And so in most countries, even if you don't have a legal document, there are laws that can share your asset or your wealth. So in Ghana, when you come to Ghana, you have the Instate Succession Law, PNDC Law 111. So even if you write a will, that is what they will share your asset and your wealth. And that might not favor you. Maybe there's someone you want to give your asset to, but the law might not make provision for that person. So it is important while you are alive, put a will together, put a legal document together so you can share your assets. Very important. Very important. So annual financial checklist for a champion. I'm just going through them. One, always make sure you keep a things to do list. Yes, make sure you keep a things to do list. Keep a financial calendar for your action. What you want to do in January, in February, make sure you have a financial calendar for that. Organize your paperwork, your financial documents. I spoke about that. Get an accurate picture of your net worth, what you own versus what you owe. That's your net worth. Use a workable cash flow plan. Increase your income through multiple streams of income. Save money with cost-cutting strategies. So always make sure you save money by cutting down on some of the expenses that you can choose to cut down on. Make the most of your employment benefits. So understand your employment benefits and make the most of it. Define what really matters to you. That's your goals. Yes. Understand the planning process. So when you are planning, you need to understand what you are planning for. Invest for your financial independence and retirement. Begin planning for major expenditures. If you have any major expenditure item in mind, this is the best time to begin planning for it. Develop and implement a tax reduction plan by seeing your tax professional to have a meeting with him. Review your risk management. Only purchase the insurance you and your family need. Only purchase the insurance you and your family need. And then the last one, create or update your estate and gift plan to protect yourself and your loved ones. So as the champion, this is my final statement. You must always remember, you either master money or on some level, money masters you. You decide. You either master money or on some level, money masters you. And the decision is in your hands. Thank you very much for putting this together.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nyarko. So Mr. Nyarko speaks about managing our finances and advises us not to allow our finance managers, but rather he's in full control, be in full control of your finances. He shares different steps he believes should guide us and enable us win like a champion. I believe we've gained so much insight from today's session, and we'll have the opportunity to ask questions after our next and last two speakers come in. So thank you so much, Mr. Nyarko, for today's session with you. So to introduce our next speaker, I'll introduce our next speaker. Among diverse humanitarian acts, she believes that every rural poor child should have quality education with learning materials and she is Martha Anabila, the Executive Director of Martha Inspires Foundation. And she's going to speak about being bold and outstanding. So, Madam Anabila, thank you so much for being here. And we are happy to hear from you today and learn and be inspired.
Thank you so much for having me. I hope you can hear me.
Very clearly, thank you.
Okay, I like how you mentioned my name, but as a frafra, I will say Anabila. You are making it look like I'm a white woman. I'm a frafra woman, Anabila.
Thanks for the correction.
Anyways, that's by the way. Thank you so much, and I'm glad, and I want to appreciate the speakers who have come before me. I have learned something. I was just thinking that if I could get the opportunity to get some of the slides if possible, so that I can learn and relearn from it. I believe that it's something that we just need to share to other young people that may not be here today. I don't have slides. I just want us to have a conversation. And my topic is being bold and outstanding. The word outstanding, it's unique because it shows that you can be standing, you can be on your feet, but what brings you out of those who are standing as a young person? People can be outstanding and not bold enough. As a mentor to so many young girls, I see that. You see some girls who are outstanding in maths, outstanding in science, outstanding in a particular talent, outstanding in a particular potential, but they are not bold. They are not bold to own it out because we will call them too known. They are not bold to say, this is not right. Why don't we try these things? Because the society does not encourage children or young people to do that. I have been looking at even all of us. Now we are adults or almost adults. Sometimes we are outstanding in our endeavors, but we are not bold. Boldness is something that doesn't just come in a day. It comes in a process. Boldness doesn't mean you should be arrogant, you should be disrespectful, or you should try to challenge wrongly authorities because you think you know something. Sometimes you can also be wrong. So today, putting these things together, I'm not defining bold because I assume that we understand these terminologies so that I can get enough time for my presentation. So, how do we become bold and outstanding young person? First of all, we need to identify ourselves. I will be surprised that sometimes as even adults, we may not really exactly understand who we are or the potential that we carry. A few days ago, I had a conversation with a friend who is currently in the UK as a nurse. But he called me and he was asking me about how to start. He's passionate about the media. He wants to have his own show and all of that. And that he feels he's still not fulfilled. Now, as young people, this is an adult that we would think that they are already working or they have something going on in their life, but they are still not fulfilled. In identifying yourself, it helps you master what you are strong at. It helps you know that this is something you are passionate about, and this is something that you can do. After identifying yourself, that doesn't mean that, oh, my name is Martha and that's all. What are your strengths and your weaknesses? What can you do better? Pardon me. What can you do better amongst all other things? So for example, I cannot be a footballer. I cannot be a doctor, but I am thriving in what I am currently doing. I have identified myself, identified my potential, and I'm working with that. It has made me outstanding. That is why today I have the privilege to have this conversation with all of you. If I wasn't outstanding, I don't think that Ibrahim Mustapha would have given me the opportunity to be here today. Now, when I became a public speaker or a good public speaker, I had to be bold. I'm using myself as an example so that with the things I'm saying, it can help us understand better. I had to be bold to first of all declare or showcase myself that I am a public speaker without being shy or ashamed of what I do or what I am. After being bold as a public speaker, it has opened opportunities and doors for me, which have been able to make me what? A bold and outstanding young person. I don't know if we are getting me. Sorry, I may be talking like I'm talking to my children, but I'm just having a conversation. I'm being, with the explanation that I have given, I've explained what made me outstanding by my unique potential and being able to own it. That is being able to become bold of your potential. That is what I have been able to do. So one, like I said, identify who you are, identify your potential, and be able to work with it. Then you set a goal. This is where most of us get it wrong. A goal is not a New Year's resolution. No, most of us get it wrong. We feel that a goal is, okay, 2024, I will do this. 2024, I will do that. Maybe it can be, but it's not a New Year resolution. And sometimes I try to tell people not to put particular years onto their goals, because if you are not careful and you don't achieve that particular goal, you end up being depressed because you feel that you were a failure. So somebody says that, oh, in the next 2 years, I want to buy a car. But after 2 years, you haven't bought the car. But there are some things that you are able to do, right? Your health has improved. Your education has improved. You have read more books. You have been able to network to more influential people and reach out to more people. That is something that you do not need to look down upon. You don't set a goal that says that I am going to meet President Obama or Michelle Obama or the president of Ghana, and because you do not achieve that goal, you feel that you were a failure. No. So if identifying yourself and setting effective goals are two things that can help you become a bold and outstanding young person, because you know what you are about, you know what you are doing, you know that the initiative that you have written down to go about it. Sometimes even we adults can sometimes flop on these things. We can sometimes flop and unable to really achieve these things because we feel that, oh, I have it off head. But sometimes it's not everything we have off head that can actually become a reality. It is something that we need to consciously, I underline the word, consciously participate. It is not only in school that we have to participate, even with your own personal ambitions, you need to participate in the things that you want to do. Right. Now, the third thing that can make you a bold and outstanding young person. Before that, let me give you a story. Some of the children here at the Reading Clinic, so at Matter Inspires Foundation, we run a reading clinic that children come in from Mondays to Saturdays, except on Sundays. Today we had a program, dubbed Personality Read, where we have 4 influential people who came to read with their kids. We had over 215 children coming in today. Now, one of the things that I see in most of these young people sometimes is fear. fear of making mistakes. Because you ask them a question, they know the question, but they are afraid that they'll have a mistake, or they are afraid that they'll be laughed at. But here, I tell them that no answer is wrong, and you dare not laugh at your colleague when they make a mistake. That takes me to my third point. Afraid of making mistakes. Most of us are afraid of making mistakes, even as adults. Well, we can have some mistakes. Somebody can say big mistakes and small mistakes. Those things can come up. Those things can affect us. And sometimes we may feel that, oh, me, how come that I did this? Or why did I even do this in the first place as a young person? But no matter how old you are today, let's say you are 30, you are 40, there is still something you need to learn before you reach that age. There is still something you need to learn before you become that person. I always say that when I grow up, I want to be the president of Ghana one day. I always say that I want to be a minister. I want to be the vice president. I want to be called to be part of the UN decision making. I said, I don't know, but if there was any board that makes decision of policies to affect young people, I want to be part of that board. And sometimes I am faced with situations whereby young people are asking me plenty questions, double questions, and I don't have answers to them. Sometimes I try to dodge them because I'm like, this child or this girl is coming with this difficult question. But how can I get up there if I do not even hear from the children or the young people themselves now? How can I make those policies? How can I be able to avoid questions? Because I feel like if I make a mistake, these young people are going to laugh at me. So identify yourself, set an effective goal. Don't be afraid of making mistakes as a young person. I didn't check the time I started, so if you can prompt me, I was just trying to remember the time I started though. But I think I've done up to 10 minutes, or if not more.
You are still on time. You
Okay.
have like 7 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So don't be afraid of making mistakes. I remember sometime when you are speaking English in class, you make a mistake, then they will laugh. Your friends are laughing at you. Even as adults, sometimes even in meetings, you make a mistake. Even in the office, you make a mistake. If you're doing something, you make a mistake. Well, because social media is there now somebody will record your mistake and you are there. It's on TikTok, it's on Facebook. But I think that to become bold and outstanding, some mistakes propel us for greatness. Some mistakes make us be able to occupy the positions that we are not able to occupy. You cannot say that you want to be the president of this country when you have not made certain mistakes, when probably you have not even trained yourself emotionally to go on social media and they are insulting you. And you still see those things and you are fine. That's the number 3. I've mentioned identifying yourself, setting an effective goal. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. I'm going to give us 5 points on this, and I believe by that I can exhaust the time that I have. Now, being bold and outstanding. There's this saying that you are dressed the way, you are addressed the way you are dressed. And at this point, I'm not only talking about clothing or the things we wear, even though it is part, but how do we brand ourselves sometimes? A few years ago, I made a conscious effort to be careful about what I post on social media. I had to go back, I think about 2018, 2019, I had to go back to Facebook. I think I opened my Facebook account in 2012. I had to go back and delete some things that I feel like if it comes up about me in the next 10 years, I will not be happy about. I had to do that. And it helped me. If you go on my Facebook page now, most of the things that you will see is things on my project. I have colleagues who will dress, expose their breasts, expose whatever that they want to expose, or they will start insulting people. Somebody make a post, they'll go under the president's post and insult the president. If you don't agree with the president, as in you should insult him, somebody comes out to, so it's all part of your dressing. Do you know why branding is part of being a bold and outstanding young person? Is because if you are not able to manage your talk, you as a person, and maybe you insult the minister and you're looking for a job, and you enter the minister's office and you say, are you not this girl that insulted me? Can you be bold in front of the minister? You cannot. Can you be an outstanding young person to set an example? So being bold and outstanding, it is your dressing. And when I talk about dressing, anything that dresses you as a young person, your speech, your physical appearance, your social media behavior, being bold and outstanding. There are people who have been recognized based on the good things they do on social media. We have seen people do sing-a-thon and cook-a-thon. In social media, they used to get those recognition, right? It's social media that big men and big women will live wherever they are and come to them because they were outstanding, let me say, because they could sing. They were outstanding because they could cook. But what made them bold to come out gave them all those accolades. Sometimes we feel that sometimes as young people, we just want to live our life anyhow and feel that, oh, I have 5 years, I have 10 years ahead of me. No. I have a TV show, The Reflection Show. Before people come on my show, I tell them, you cannot wear certain dresses on my show. The men are usually better because sometimes they'll just wear a t-shirt or things and come. But for the women, even with the men, sometimes I tell them that I'll be glad if you don't wear shorts and you can wear trousers. But with the women, if you want to be bold and outstanding, you are coming to Matter Inspires Foundation where children are. Today we have 215 girls. And assuming one of my mentors came in with a mini skirt, do you think that even me and my team as a company, we couldn't have been bold? So branding is one thing that as a young person, we need to take seriously. To be outstanding in all endeavors. We see children going in for spelling bee competitions. They are bold to go. But what makes them outstanding is that despite all their colleagues, they were able to be there and even win. So today, I want to encourage all of us, the diverse work we do, or we ourselves, the young girls of today, sometimes I see us and my heart is broken. And we think that people can deny us opportunities because of the way we dress. Because they cannot employ you in their company and all you wear is mini skirts and showing your breasts in their company. You can be outstanding academically, but you cannot be outstanding in their company. And that is something that we must take back. So identify yourself, number one. Set an effective goal, number two. Do not be afraid of making mistakes, number three. Number 4, branding, how you dress, which I spoke about, speech, the things we say. I also use social media, the things we write on social media. I also put some ideas on how you even communicate your displeasure. You don't have to insult the president if you do not agree with him. If not, your colleagues will say, oh, this girl, she's always insulting people on social media. You see, you cannot fit everywhere you go. The people that insult politicians and presidents on social media and on radio, it's not every place they can enter. At this point, I would want to meet the president or the vice president, whether it's MPP president or NDC president. So if I insult them and they go and see my comment, and I'm looking for an opportunity at the presidency, do you think they will mind me? They will not mind me. Lastly, I want to talk about continuous learning. Continuous learning. Learning doesn't end. I'm not talking about reading. Reading is a component. Just read because you want to read. But I'm talking about learning. Learning to be better. At NGOs, we learn on new projects. We learn on new stuff. But personally, if I want to become a bigger public speaker like Ibrahim Mustapha, I need to learn. Sometimes we only learn when we have an exam to write. All of us are at fault, all of us. But I have realized that sometimes just picking a book to learn, or going online to learn, or read, watch videos of educational content can be a very great and good opportunity to help us learn better. So please, today I just want to encourage all of us that continuous learning is something that can help us become bold and outstanding. To become bold and outstanding. You see, when it comes to learning, even as a parent, how are you learning about your children? I don't know if you get me. Some parents think that because they have given birth to their children, that's fine, but you need to learn. These days, the children are faster. Today, I was talking to somebody who said that the child who is less than 3 years old is playing puzzles on their tablet, puzzle game. That sometimes when we are 10 years, we couldn't even play puzzles. The children are smarter, they are wiser, they are more energetic than us and our generation. We need to learn about our children, learn about parenting, learn about marriage, learn even about our religion or spirituality, learn about the economy, and especially politics. Sometimes I hear people argue on politics, and I realize that, oh, they haven't even read much on the topic. Because if they have read much for the topic, I don't think that they would have been having those kind of comments where they tend to insult people. No. You need to be able to align with the things that you want to do. So today, I just want to leave us with these 5 points in being a bold and outstanding young person. Identify yourself. When you understand who you are and you're able to set your own goals, you will not be afraid of making mistakes. And when you're not afraid of making mistakes, then that's where you can brand yourself properly. The way you talk, the kind of friends you have, the kind of comments you put on social media, even the kind of courses or schools that you attend. These things can help you become a better person. Now, I just want to end with this. the society is changing. Things are changing. Things are becoming different. We should make sure that in trying to be bold and outstanding, we are not envious. We do not do things according to our culture and our religion. Young girls want to be popular to get the 1 million views. And the only way they think they can do it is what? Going naked on social media. So they can become outstanding 1 million follower. I mean, having 1 million followers. So in the quest of having to achieve your aim, to become outstanding in whatever you do, or to become bold in whatever you do, make sure you are not doing it on the wrong notes. Make sure you are doing it well. So I want to just encourage everyone who has listened to me today that it is possible to achieve your dreams. It is possible to become big. It is possible to be powerful. You don't have to go on the wrong note. Just calm down, relax, understand yourself, understand who you are, and everything will go on accordingly. Thank you very much to my coach, Mr. Ibrahim Mustapha. In fact, he was the one that gave me the name Matter Inspires. I was confused that he named Matter Inspires Foundation. If today people know me as Matter Inspires Foundation, he's the one that gave me that name, Matter Inspires Foundation. And everywhere I go, I mention him. I may not talk to him all the time because I may have other things to do, but any post he makes, I want to follow and I want to learn. So thank you very much for the privilege of mentorship. And I just can't wait for next year. Next year is our 10th anniversary, and I just can't wait to tell the world how the journey has been. And also putting me on your platform. I don't think it's likely for your mentor to call you to speak on such a platform with these great men and women. I am greatly honored. And I believe that if I have this privilege, then it means I am doing well. I'm making my coach proud. And to all the speakers I have met who spoke before me or they want to speak after me, thank you very much on being on the same platform with you. And to those who have listened to this, thank you very much. I will stand by for feedback or maybe on my presentation or anything. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
You're welcome, Madam Martha. So Martha encourages us to effectively manage and brand ourselves in order to have the ability to be bold and outstanding. So I would like to appreciate Mr. Mustapha once again for inviting these outstanding speakers to share their stories and lessons with us. So thank you, Mr. Mustapha. And Martha, Anabila, thank you so much for being here with us today. And God bless you. So I'll move on to our next speaker, who is Coach Prince. And Coach Prince is a decision-focused coach and a keynote speaker. And he's going to speak under the theme, Understanding the Power Within You. So, Mr. Coach Prince, I would want to have you here now so you can share and inspire us today.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me.
Clearly.
Awesome. So before I just begin, I would just love us to just unmute ourselves and say hi. So we'll be sure we're talking to people.
Hello,
Can we just
hello,
unmute?
hello, hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi,
Okay.
hi.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
We have people in the room for real. Great.
Hello.
Awesome. Thank you. It's okay. Thank you so much.
We do your back.
Yeah, hi. We all did the background.
Thank you so much. That's great. And I stand on all existing protocols. To the speakers that have spoken, it was awesome, inspiring. Without taking much of your time, I'll just jump into my presentation. I will share my screen, and please let me know if you see. Do you all see my screen?
Yes, clearly.
Great. All right. So my name is Coach Prince. I am a decision-focused coach, a career coach, keynote speaker, and a student success coach. So most people do ask me, why are you a decision-focused coach? And This is one area I have realized. We have so many coaches in the world today, but one of the unique area I'm focusing on is helping people make better decisions, because I understand that any decisions people make can either affect or destroy them. So that's my area of focus. And also I help students to become successful. So I'm a student-focused coach as well. So just like Stephanie has outlined, I'm going to be speaking of understanding the power. Let me see this. Okay, great. Understanding the power within you. This is what I'm just going to be speaking on today. So just a little story about me. I'm originally I was born and brought up in Nigeria. And several years ago, I moved down to Ghana, just to search for a greener pasture. And before I moved down to Ghana, I had so many promises. People promised me so much, and some promised me, oh, don't worry, when you come, we're going to take care of your accommodations and, so many things. And when I came to the city of Accra, it wasn't, what was promised wasn't what we were getting, So there were so many failures. The accommodations wasn't there, the house wasn't there. It was in me to either return or become someone of myself, And looking at the background where I came from, it's either you just return and become the same, or you break out from where you were before to become someone better. And, and that's how it is. And I was homeless for a period of a couple of days. I didn't have a place to put my head. If you come to Accra and you ask of a place, they call Circle. That's where I basically slept for several days. I had to go sometimes to the Accra market to help truckloaders to offload their goods, just to get food to buy. But one of the most important things that stood out to me was the fact that I had a clear vision in my mind. I knew who I wanted to become. I wanted to become someone that the world would look up to, that will use his voice to empower people, not just empowering people, to help other people to see directions to life, okay? And I acquired education. I saved the little I could save, whatever I work, very mindful, like financial coach has told us. My expenses were very minimized. I was focused on the things that were relevant rather than the things that were not relevant, just to be able to acquire education, get networking, and so on and so forth. Remember what I said, that the most important thing was I had a clear vision of who I wanted to become. And because I had a clear vision of who I wanted to become, it made my life so easy. I knew what I wanted to invest in. I knew what I wanted to spend most of my time in. And because of that, it helped me achieve a lot. Going forward, my next presentation is, what does this mean to understand the power within yourself? Understanding the power within yourself is about recognizing and tapping into your own potential, strengths, and capabilities. It involves acknowledging your unique talents, passion, and inner resource that can propel you toward your goals and dreams. This is so powerful. If you understand the power within you and recognize it, it helps you to tap into your potential. So many young people today these are some of the basic challenges so many young entrepreneurs are today. Many of them do not even know their potential. Neither do they know their strengths and capabilities. And if you do not understand or know these things, it's going to be very, very tough for you to be able to achieve your goals. It's going to be very, very tough. Now, here are some steps to help you understand the harshness, your inner power. 1, self-awareness. A young lady walked up to me in a workshop I went to in Tama. And after my presentation, she asked me, I do speaking a lot. And after my presentation, she asked me, Coach Prince, I want a job. And then I asked her, what kind of job do you want? And she said, anything. And I asked her, I told her, I have a friend of mine who opened a hospital and needs someone to clean the toilets. Can you do it? And she was angry. How could you say this? How could you give me this kind of job to be a toilet cleaner? And I asked her, but you said you were willing to do anything. And she said, yes, but not that toilet. At that moment, I told her that within you yourself, you don't even know what you want. You don't know you don't know yourself. You don't have the self-awareness of who you want to become. You don't understand your potentials and your value. I mean, you cannot do anything as a young person. You cannot settle for anything. You should be able to know who you really wanted to become. Just like me, I knew who I wanted to become. I had a vision in mind. So going back was not my option. The only option was moving forward, achieving education, and becoming perfect in helping people with my voice to become empowered, right? So that was the goal. That was a vision. So I wasn't willing to go back. I wasn't willing to settle for less. I was only looking at my vision, where I wanted to become or who I wanted to become. And because I had that clear vision in mind, I had a self-awareness. I know who I really wanted to become. I wanted to become someone that can use his voice to empower other people. That was the goal. The goal was to become a public speaker, someone who can use experience to transform lives of individuals, right? And in the early stage, yes, I took up a lot of, side jobs just to save up money and do things like becoming an MC to programs. I just need to take a mic and MC people's events to make money. That was something I did to build on my potential goals, right? So in creating your self-awareness, of course, you have to do some little things to get job, to get money to be able to save, to achieve your goal. But the most important thing is you must be able to have a clear vision of who you want to become. Just like the girl who asked me, she wanted a job, and I told her that I have a friend who cleans toilet, and she gets very, very angry because she felt that I was being so insultive. But it was clear that this girl was not even able to identify one unique potential that she has. So as a young entrepreneur, or as a young person, you should not be able to settle for less. You cannot just do anything. Anything is not something that should define you. You should have a purpose, you should have a vision, and you should understand your potentials. When you do understand your potentials, it goes a long way to change a lot in you. Secondly, believe in yourself. Believe in yourself is one of the words that we hear every day in our daily life. If you open Facebook today, believe in yourself everywhere, everywhere. But what is one thing that makes this unique about what I'm going to say today is you should be able to have strong confidence in yourself. Even when other people are seeing you to be a failure, you should be able to see yourself to be success. That's what I always tell people wherever I go to speak or wherever place that I find myself. Yes, like an experience I had last week, a young man was invited for a meeting, just a work meeting, and everybody was sharing opinion, and they got to him and they thought he had nothing to say. And they said, well, we can have you say whatever you have to say next time. And I told them, no, this guy is a human being. He has to speak. He has things to say. You cannot just kill his own opinions or his own opportunity to speak. So you yourself should not also settle for less. You should not make people feel that you don't have anything to do in life. You don't have anything to offer in life. It is not important. The most important thing is you must be able to believe that I have something to offer. Once you start believing that I have something to offer, it goes a long way to change everything. Just like my story in the beginning, today, who knows, I'll become a very handsome boy like this. Someone who can speak to crowds of people and they're listening, probably because they've seen something valuable that I'm giving to them. So it is stage in life, right? It is important that you must understand that believe in yourself. You must have that belief in yourself to be able to grow. Thirdly, set clear goal. We have speakers who are spoken today that some people want to buy in 2 years' time, they want to get a car, they want to get a house. The question is, are those clear goals? Looking at what you have at hand right now, can those things, those resources you have at hand, get you those things? You should be able to know the resources that I'm having at hand right now, the skills I have, the potential I have, can it get me that particular thing I'm looking to achieve? You're looking to get married in less than 5 months. What resources you have? What goals or what potentials you have? What skills do you have? Can those particular resources achieve that goal that you're setting? So you could understand that this goal is not clear because you yourself, you look at the goal and say, this goal that I'm setting, I'm not even sure of this goal that I'm setting. You are not even sure of the goal you're setting because it's not a clear goal. So you must be able to have a very clear goal when embarking in any entrepreneurship journey. or identifying or understanding the power within you. You must be able to set a clear goal. Look, in 2 years' time, I want to get my degree. I have 100 cities, I have 200 cities, and I have this particular job that I'm doing right now. If I should save for like 5 months, I can get the money to pay for a degree. These are clear goals that you know that the resources you have at hand can help you achieve. Are clear goals. You don't start setting goals that you know that no matter what you do, you cannot achieve them. Those kind of goals would end up just destroying you. Third or fourth, continuous learning. Someone spoke about the importance of learning. And I think that's Martha. That's very, very true. We need to always learn. Technology is advancing. Formerly, we used to use BlackBerry. Today, we use iPhones. That's the hot kick in the market. The devices, the technology in iPhones are way, way different from what we used to know with the Nokias and the BlackBerry. But if you're not a good learner, a continuous learner, you will definitely be left behind. You would for sure be left behind. Surround yourself with positivity. Make friends with people who can help change your life. Ibrahim Mustapha is a great friend. He can help change your life. Who are you sharing relationship with? Is that person going to help you learn your long-term goal or your short-term goal? How is that person going to be impactful? This year, one of my goals is to surround myself with people who are making $1 billion. And I'm already connecting with them. You can see that the way they think and the way you think is different because the kind of people you're already living your life with are people who are into negative vibes. They are not into positive vibes. So whoever you surround yourself with can also determine your success. They said for you to grow as a team, you must have a team that's looking to grow. So that is how it works. And the last part of it is to take action. If you're able to take action in life, it helps to change a lot of things. If you're able to take actions in life, it helps to change a lot of things. I'm just going to share this quick story with you all. One principle that I respect so much is time. A young friend of mine was fired from work, I think 2 months ago, and he has a family of 5 kids. He was fired from work. He is not mindful of time. As a young man, time is one of the things that we must be very, very mindful of. He has been warned of coming late for about 3 times. He repeatedly kept coming late. The 3rd time, they fired him. And he learned a very big lesson from it. In everything we do in life, we must understand that we are being governed by time. Any time you spend today doing irrelevant things will definitely yield you an irrelevant result. To be productive, you must put your time in things that are productive. And like I said, time works with vision. If you want to achieve your goal today, you have to start thinking of how you can use time to achieve them today. We've had speakers speak about things that have inspired to or have wanted to speak on. And I'm just touching a little on what they've all said because these guys have said great things. There is nothing I could either subtract or rather I would just have to also attest to everything they've said today. We've had Martha spoke about the importance of seeing yourself beyond just the social space. Whatever you do in physical life should also transcend to your social life as well. We've also had our madam from Nigeria, Sister Ayo, or Madam Ayo, or Coach Ayo, as people call her, who have also spoken how she has impacted people, not just within her country, Nigeria, but beyond in the international space. And from all these speakers, one thing that I can actually identify in them is to become a successful individual, you must be willing to get out of your comfort zone. It wasn't easy for me at the beginning, sleeping outside for a couple of days. You can never imagine how that feels like to be homeless. But the most important thing is, it's either you go into that comfort zone that I was, I wish I would have gone back, or I would have gone out of my comfort zone and become someone better, right? So because I was willing to come out of my comfort zone to become better, I am a very successful entrepreneur. I'm married. Just 2 weeks ago, my wife gave birth to our first child. And it's been an amazing journey. Looking at the place I started from, who I used to be to who I am today, I would just say that it took a lot of not just hard work, but dedication to the goals that I've set for myself. So the first outline that you must have a vision in mind. To understand the potential within you, you should be able to have a clear vision of who you want to become. And you shouldn't settle for less. Secondly, you should not settle for less. People should not make you feel like you don't have anything to offer. And thirdly, to become a millionaire, one thing I've learned is you should be able to bring a solution to the table. If you're able to create solution to the table, you can achieve a lot. Let's take some examples of people who have achieved a lot. Mark Zuckerberg helped us with the solution of what? Creating communication boundaries. Formerly, before you can get to communicate to someone in the US or London, you write a letter and it takes months to get a feedback or get to them. But today, in seconds, we can just say hi to someone who is in the US and they can respond to us instantly. That was a solution Mark Zuckerberg brought to the table. We also have Bill Gates, who has helped us bridge technology. Today, we are using Zoom, which is one of the amazing technology invented. The question is, what decision or what solution are you bringing to the table? One of the decisions that I'm bringing, or one of the solutions I am bringing to the table, is to help people make better decisions. If people are able to decide between the right things from the wrong things, it can save them a lot of damages in the future. So this is one solution I am bringing on the table. The question you should ask yourself today is, what solution are you bringing to the table, either in your career path, in your personal life, or in your social life? If you're able to identify some of these key elements in your life, trust me, as a young person, no talking much, rather than taking actions, you are going to really, really, really excel a lot. And these are some of the things that has really gotten me to the growth of where I am today. And I know that it's really impactful. You can also just, if you always want to keep getting motivated on social media, you can just go to LinkedIn. This is one of my unique pages that I use a lot, LinkedIn. And when you search on Coach Prince, LinkedIn gives you the first person to be me. I don't know why, but they give you the first person to be me anyway. So you can connect with me, and I'm super excited to share connections with you. I'm so passionate about people. I love people so much. I know that you can do so much for yourself and those around you. Thank you so much for attending this meeting and even for the time to listening to me. And I wish you success in everything you're designed to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach Prince. So don't just settle for anything. It's important to have a clear vision of who you want to become, and this will help you remain focused to achieve your goal. That's one of the main lessons I have taken from Mr. Coach Prince. So Coach Prince, thank you very much. We'll have Mr. Ibrahim Yunus as our next and last speaker. He will be speaking on how to achieve your dream through personal development. He's a relationship coach and a speaker. So welcome, Mr. Ibrahim.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this lovely opportunity. First of all, I would like to give honor and thanks to Ibrahim Mustapha. He's one of my mentors. He inspires me a lot, and I really appreciate that. Secondly, Stephanie Ibrahim, this is the first time I'm getting to meet you. I love your voice. I love the way you are coordinating everything. You are doing great yourself. I think the first speaker, Shivansh, right? Followed by Coach Ayo. Peter Asare is my good friend. And there's another speaker too. I learned a lot, and my sister Martha, and all my other colleague speakers. I like to honor you guys, and I've learned a lot from you guys. My topic is how to achieve your dream through personal development. You can't achieve your dream without personal development. So my objectives is by the end of my presentation, I should encourage every listener to take their reading very seriously. Secondly, to take development of their skills very seriously. And relationships, to take development of their relationships very seriously. And fourthly, to help them identify their gifts. And then lastly, help them discover their why, their reason. So these are my objectives. I would love to achieve by the end of my presentation. My topic, as I clearly stated, how to achieve your dream through personal development. First of all, I would like everyone to write to me what their dream is. So I'll give you 1 minute. Just write, what's your dream? I would like to see that. Everybody should write something. What's your dream? Just write your dream, 1 or 2 or 3 dreams you really want to achieve. I'll give you 1 minute. Just write your dream. Yeah, for me, I have some few dreams here, being a world-class speaker, being financially free through real estate investment, having a happy marriage, happy relationship with my son or with my children, very spiritual, very healthy, and have a very positive and like-minded friendship. So these are some of my dreams. I think everybody have written 1 or 2 or 3 dreams they really aspire to achieve. Now, let me give my story, how it all started. My 2 brothers and I, we grew up without a father figure in our lives. They divorced when we were very young. Abdul Salam, why you want, you come. Say hi.
Hi.
Okay, that's great. So you go. Dada is busy. Go. I'm coming. So my 2 brothers and I, we grew up without a father figure in our lives. Our parents divorced when we were very young. This affected us mentally, financially, psychologically. And anytime we see our friends or our colleagues, their mothers and fathers together, we feel jealous. My elder brother became a drunkard and he subsequently died. My younger brother is into weed smoking, trauma. We are trying to help him. For me, I am not like that. And the reason wasn't that there's something special about me. I think I give all the glory to Almighty God for saving me. And another thing was mentorship. I met a mentor who really helped me. So God will not come down to help you, but he will help you through using other people. And I think God really blessed me by using mentorship. So that's why I don't joke with mentorship. So when I first met my mentor, he first of all asked me, Yunus, do you know why you are not doing well in life? I said, of course I know. I give him all my, number 1, the government. I mean, the government is very wicked. He's not doing well. All his policies are not helping. So the reason why I'm not doing well in life, number 1, is the government. Secondly, is my parents. I mean, if they were still being together, I think life should have been good. The third was my spouse. Come on, this lady is just disturbing me. So I think my problem, I'm suffering because of these things. I think the 4th one was my country. Come on, if I was born in UK or USA, come on, Ghana, we are suffering in Ghana. So the reason why I was suffering was because of all these reasons. I mean, I have negative friends. I have negative. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, we cannot hear you.
Yes.
Okay. So I gave him all the reasons why I wasn't doing well. He finally asked me, Yunus, but you never mention your name. You never attach your name. Don't you think you're not doing well because of who you are? I said, what? Me the problem? He said, yes, consider that. He said, first of all, when a child is born, the brain is like tabula rasa, it's clean. Although some research work came and said no, because the child is connected to the fallopian tube of the mother, some things might have been transferred into the child brain. Look, I'm not interested in that. All what I'm trying to say is that when a child is born, your brain is like tabula rasa, it's clean, it's neutral. But as you are growing, you begin to see things, you hear things, you observe things, you experience things. It is those things that programmed you, that is downloaded into your subconscious mind. So when you start growing, when you get the age of 18 plus or 25, you have to learn, you have to unlearn, you have to relearn. Because although you were born neutral, if I was born in Ghana, sent to China, I would have speak and behave like Chinese. If I was born in Ghana, sent to India, I would dress and act like Indian. So when you are born as a child, your brain is tabula rasa. That's why when somebody say me, this is who I am. That's not true. When you were born, were you like that? Come on. You saw things, you hear things, you experience things, you observe things. Those things programmed you. So you begin to speak, dress, act like that. So if you want to change your life, according to my mentor, there were 5 things he advised me to apply. If I do them, inshallah, things will change for me. And that is my topic today. That is what he called composition of personal development. He said, when it comes to time, we all have 24 hours. Whether you are in Ghana, you have 24 hours. Whether you are in UK, you have 24 hours. Whether you are in Japan, you have 24 hours. Whether you are in India, you have 24 hours. So we all have 24 hours. The question is, what do you do with your 24 hours? He said, so if I want to change my life, these are the things he will advise me to do with my 24 hours. That the difference between me and anybody, any successful person is number 1, what you know, what you can do, who you know, what you have, and your why. All the dreams you've written, if you want to achieve them, you need to increase what you know. You have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. You can't, assuming you want to make 5 million Ghana cedis, but your thinking is 1,000 cedis. You can't make 5 million with 1,000 thinking, like with a, if your thinking is 100 Ghana cedi, you can't even make above that. Your ability to act depends on your thinking, how you think. So what you know, you need to increase what you know. So I started reading seriously. I read 4 books every month. I read books on marriage. So from reading the books about marriage, I realized that there were things to consider in choosing a partner. Fortunately, I've been married for 13 years now. My son is 9 years. There were things to consider in choosing a spouse. Most of my colleagues would just see her curve shapes, her buttocks, her breast. So, wow, I love this lady. They will go in. The beauty will attract you, but it takes understanding, character to sustain the relationship. A lot of people are leaving marriage, not because they don't love each other. They don't understand each other. Now, it takes knowledge to understand something. So I began to read to understand marriage and relationship. Those of you who are not yet married, if you want to go into marriage, I would suggest books for you. Dr. Gary Chapman, The 5 Love Languages, is very important. There's this book written by John Gray, Men from Mars, Women from Venus. And there's another one, I can't remember the author, His Niece and Her Niece. I got to realize that the first thing to consider in choosing a partner is the character. And how do you know a spouse's character? Find out if she's a lady, how does her mother treat the father? If he's a guy, find out how does his father treat the mother? Research has proven after a time in the relationship, we assume what we saw and experienced from our parents. So you see the woman acting what she saw from her mother, the man acting what he saw. So I have to go in. My woman, I have to go to her family, see how the mother treated the father, how the father treated the mother. I'm like, okay, that's good. The second, he says spirituality. Because a time will come, the enemy is going to attack you. When the enemy wants to destroy a nation, he starts with the family. And if you're not spiritually strong, both of you will be fighting each other when the enemy is just resting. There are a lot of marriage issues that comes to my attention. These are people who love each other, but they don't know that it's not, the fight is not between the two of them. It's the two of them against the enemy. The Bible says that we are not fighting against flesh and blood. We are fighting against spirit and principalities. So the enemy will sit closely looking at both of you really fighting. Your husband is not your enemy. Your wife, I have to read to understand these things. Another thing is money. How does she handle money? How does he handle money? You know, I have to learn all this. But if you don't read, you are not born to know this. And even if you go to school, you don't know these things. You have to read. So anybody who decided not to read, you live a standard growth. You can't do what you don't know. You can only do what you know. You can't do what you don't know. You can only do what you know. So the more you know, the more you can do. And then the more results you attract. So the only thing limiting you is what you don't know. Now, the funny thing is that some people feel like they're too knowing. So they never try to read. Me, this is who I am. They don't want to read anything. Then I'm sorry, your condition is going to remain the same. Another thing, the area I started reading was on finance. I realized that you can't get money in a vacuum. You need to have a product or service in exchange for money. I've seen a lot of young guys praying, fasting for money. That is wrong. 3:30, I'm awake, I prayed. I recite Quran, I'm a Muslim. I recite Bakra, I recite Yasin, I recite Mulk, I recite Wakia. I recite Quran a lot. I fast every Monday and Thursday, but I have a product and service. That is the only thing you can exchange for money. How many times does Bill Gates fast and pray? How many times does Donald Trump fast and pray? Donald Trump just have a real estate product and services. Bill Gates just have Microsoft. When it comes to finance, you need to exchange a value for money. So pray and fast, good. You must come up with a product and service. I have to read to know this. You can't go to school to know this. You can't just lie down and know this. You have to read. So at the end of the lesson, anybody who doesn't read, you'll be limited. So reading is very serious. So I read on spirituality, I read on finance, I read on relationship, and I read on self-esteem. Your outside performance depends on how you see yourself. I see people with brilliant ideas, but they see themselves low. So they can never do anything. How you see yourself inside will affect your performance outside. You can't do anything significant if you see yourself to be insignificant. So you have to read to understand about your self-esteem. So these are the reasons why I read. So the first thing he told me that the reason why I'm suffering is not the government, it's not my parents, it's not my spouse, it's what I don't know and what I need to know. So I start to read, very, very important. Now, the second thing he said, that what you can do, that is development of skills. I'm a teacher. He said the other skills I can learn is writing skills. So I've written 3 books, Becoming the Light of the World, Save Your Marriage, and then very important quotations, Quran as a motivation. I've written 3 books. And I've seen colleagues of mine, teachers, their time, I mean, you teach 8 hours or maybe 10 hours. The rest of the hours, what do you do with it? You go and sit down with people, you gossip, you talk, you take a tire. While you are doing that, I paid people to teach me how to write. Now I've written 3 books. Each skill you develop is a source of income. So I will sell 10, 15, 20 copies of my books. Each book is 50 Ghana cedi. I will sell it, and then a colleague teacher who will take his salary. 15th of the month, his salary has finished. He will call me, Yunus, things are hard. Can you help me with something? And I'll remove from the books I've sold and help him. At the end of the month, he'll pay me back. We all have 24 hours. What do you do with your time? I read to increase my knowledge, and I pay people to develop skills. So my first skill my mentor made me develop is the writing skills. The second was public speaking skills. And everybody who is already a teacher, public speaking skills should be easy for you because 24/7, every day, from Monday to Friday, you go to interact. So he said, since you're already a teacher, public speaking should be your next skill. Fortunately, Ibrahim Mustapha was there because I knew a lot of people, they were all from the southern outsiders. The only person God blessed me with was Ibrahim Mustapha, who was in the northern region, and he was doing very well. It's just that he doesn't really have time, but he's doing the best as he can to help us. Any youth from northern region who have not benefited from Ibrahim Mustapha, he's the problem. He is the problem. Ibrahim has really coached me. He has counseled me, and any little thing he advised you, take it serious. So that role, always respect Ibrahim for that role. He has been very helpful to me. So public speaking skills. Today, I had opportunity to go to different places because of my ability to speak. So while my colleagues, we all have 24 hours, while my colleagues were watching English Premier League, UEFA Champions League, Ghana Most Beautiful, watching actors, love movies, I paid people to coach me on how to speak. And today, I've entered places, people pay me. I was shocked to realize that every skill you learn is a source of income. My public speaking, people pay me 3,000 to speak. People pay me 1,000 cedis to speak. People pay me to speak. And you are just the country is hard, the government is wicked, there's no money. What skill are you developing? We live in a time, if you don't develop skills, you become useless. I have 24 hours, you have 24. What are you doing with your 24 hours? You complain, you blame. All your reasons are valid, but is it changing your life? No, so what's the essence of that? Do you want to change your condition or want to feel good? Do you want attention or what? Now, the third was counseling. I started coaching. I started counseling people. And I was shocked. I was shocked. People from United States, from London, from France, they watch my YouTube videos, my Facebook videos, my TikTok videos. They contact me. They pay me to counsel them. Coaching skills, counseling skills is bringing me money. Ghana is still the same. The government is the same. My parents are the same. I am not the same. I increase my knowledge. I develop relevant skills. The third area my mentor advised, who you know, your relationship, who you know. You earn around those areas. You're earning. If you are with people who earn 100 cedis, you are about to earn that area. If you are with people who earn 10,000 cedis, you are about to. The people you surround yourself, your earnings around that area, who you know. And trust me, you can be gifted, you can be brilliant. You need somebody who is closer to the decision maker to invite you to enjoy some benefit from that. So you can be gifted, but you need favor from people. You can be talented, but you still need people. You need favor. A lot of people speak about Joseph's story, but they don't, Joseph interpreted, look, when he was in a prison, there was somebody he interpreted their dream. That person was with the decision maker, Pharaoh. So when Pharaoh had that dream, it was that person who suggested to Pharaoh, I know somebody in prison. If you have good relationship, you can be in the pit, you can be in a village, and favor will reach you just because of somebody. Now, there are 3 ways to get favor from people. Number 1, honor people. Honor people. A lot of young ones don't honor people. They don't honor people's sacrifice. Who is Ibrahim Mustapha? Who is Ibrahim Yunus? Who is Mata Ismail? Who is Coach Ayu? Who is this? How can I help you then? Who is this? Is he the only person with this? Number 1, you are broke. Number 2, you are from a very poor background and you have pride. How can somebody show you favor? The second is provide value. When you see somebody with influence, you don't go to them telling them, hey, things are hard, oh, I'm suffering, oh, they will just help you and take you out. Provide value. Anybody who is successful has a need. Study them. What does this person need? Supply it and see. Any significant opportunity, they will call and give it to you. But you have pride. You don't provide any value. All what you the only reason when you just contact anybody, oh, I'm just so you go to people with a taking mentality. How can somebody help you? So second, provide value. And the last one, work on your character. There are people, youth who need help, but they are liars. Hey, I'll come 10 o'clock. You sit there 12, he has not come. When you call him, he gives you excuses. There's one very successful man, he's old. His wife was very young. He's a very CEO, very respectful man. He decided to help one young guy. That guy needed help, cried. He helped that guy. Now, that guy impregnated that manager wife. The guy impregnated the manager wife. Because the manager was old, his wife was young, This guy came, impregnated them. So they have to say, so there are a lot of young guys who need help. They have pride. They don't honor people. They don't provide any value, and they have a bad character. So who can help you? And you have to honor people. You have to provide value, and you have to work on your character. Now, the fourth one my mentor advised me on was what you have, your gifts. Now, one of my goals at the end of my speech, I should help you identify your gift. My mentor asked me, what are you good at? I mentioned them. He said, what are you passionate about? I mentioned them. He said, where are you both of them good at and passionate about? Then what I had was few. He said, if you are good at something, but you don't love it, it won't go anywhere. You cannot be consistent. Once in a while, you do it, and you can't succeed without consistency. Number one, clarity, discipline, and consistency. So if you don't love something, you cannot be consistent. So I spoke to him things I love. He said, if you love something and you're not good at it, you're going to get frustrated. So a lot of people, I don't know my purpose. I don't know what are you good at and what are you passionate about? Does Lionel Messi, is he good with football? Does he love it? Cristiano Ronaldo, is he good at football? Does he love it? Usain Bolt, is he good at running? Does he love it? Mark Zuckerberg, is he good at Facebook? Does he love it? I mean, Elon Musk, is he good at it? Does he love it? Ibrahim Mustapha, is he good at speaking? Does he love it? Ibrahim Yunus, is he good at it? Does he love it? Anything you are good at and love, that's your purpose. Move with it. Fancy Gadam, is he good at singing? And does he love it? Like this speaking I'm teaching, Fancy Gadam, can he do it? He can't do it. Can I do what he's doing? No. So it's not competition. Find what you are good at and love it. God will provide your customers for you. Pastor Mensa Otabo is making it huge. Everybody has a market. Just go with the Bible says a man's gift will make room for him. Move with your gift. Don't copy anybody, just move with your gift. So if you are here, you don't know your gift, you don't know what to do, look at what you are good at and look at what you are passionate about. Move with it. At the beginning, things will be tough. Your passion will keep you going. But trust me, when you become very good at it, people will pay you. I remember Fansigada when he goes to sing, they'll just give him Fanta. Today, you can't give him that. This is my favorite rapper, Sarkodie. He used to go and rap, they'll give him Coke. Who are you today to give him Coke? When you love something and you are very good at it, a time will come, people cannot, forget about how people are treating you now. You keep on improving. A time will come, they can't do that. I remember there were places I used to go and speak. It's like whether they even want me or not. Today, you can't do that to me. You can't. I'm 7 years in this game. So find what you are good at and then be passionate about it and keep on improving. Jim Rohn says success is not something you chase. Success is something you attract by the person you become. What kind of person are you becoming? I am becoming a world-class speaker. That's the goal. Global brand. All my books should be read by 80 countries. I want to own properties, rare estate. But I have to develop me. I have to change certain weaknesses in me. I have to change some negative childish thinking in me. I have to change some habit in me. I have to develop certain skills. I have to build certain relationships. I have to identify my gift. And then the last one is your why. What's your why? Assuming there's this simple room, there's a room, and I ask you to go inside, and the room catches fire, serious fire, and my bag is inside. I say, you go inside and pick my bag for me. And the room catches serious fire, it can kill. And I ask you, go inside, pick my bag and bring it to me. Would you go? Of course, no. It's not worth it. But assuming it's your mother inside, would you go? Of course. So what's the difference? The same room, the same fire, my bag, you said no, because it's not worth it. But your mother, you go. When your reason is strong, most of the excuses you are giving is unnecessary. Another way to explain your why is Boston Douglas and this guy, what's the name? Mike Tyson. I remember the year they fought. You, Boston Douglas, in terms of boxing, you never beat anybody. And you say you are going to fight Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson, during that time, when he hit you 1, 2, 3 rounds, maximum should be 3 rounds, he should be gone. So Boston Douglas' mother was ill. He needed money to take care of his mother. He told his mom, I'm going to fight Mike Tyson. And inshallah, if I win, I'll use that money to take care of it. The mother said, don't. If you go, he's going to beat you and kill you. He said, no, I'll do it for you. He said, I'm going to fight him and I'm going to beat him because of you. This is serious. You've never beaten anybody. You don't have any record. Mike Tyson have been beating everybody. He was deadly. And Mike Tyson wasn't friendly. He was a horror kind of person. But this guy said, no, I'm going to fight him. They started first round. Mike Tyson hit him. Second round, Mike Tyson hit him. Third round, Mike Tyson hit him. But anytime he failed, he remembered the quote of the man who wrote the book, Man's Search for Meaning, Viktor Frankl. You always have the freedom to choose your attitude in any given circumstances. So he always choose to get up. Everybody will fall, but you have a choice to choose to get up. So anytime Mike Tyson hit him, you fall down and get up. They go to 4th round, 5th round, 6th round. Mike Tyson, maximum is 3 rounds. He doesn't know why he keep on beating this guy. This guy keep on getting up. 8th round, 9th round, Mike Tyson too was tired. So this guy had opportunity and hit Mike Tyson 1 blow. It's in history, go and read it. Boston Douglas hit Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson fell. They counted 10. Mike Tyson was still lying there. Finally, Boston Douglas won that particular fight. At the end of the fight, they interviewed him. What was your secret? He said, I was fighting for my mom. My mom was ill and I needed money to take care of her. But what was the reason for Mike Tyson? He just needed money to go and chill. So there comes to a point in life, it's your reason that will keep you in the game. As an entrepreneur, there will be a time you feel like giving up. What will keep you going is your reason. So be very clear with your reason. What was your reason for starting? For me, my reason, because we didn't grow up with a father figure in our lives, and my elder became a drunkard and died. My younger brother is into weed smoking. I saw that one of my goals in life is to have a happy marriage and teach others how to have their happy marriage. And even if I'm not able to help people have a happy marriage and there's divorce, those children, none of them should become nuisance to society. I should coach them and mentor them and let them know that I'm a product of divorce, but I didn't come this way. You always have the freedom to choose your attitude in any given circumstances. And what are the areas to invest your time in? What you know, what you can do, who you know, what you have, and why you are doing it. If these things are clear, inshallah, there's nothing that can stop you. So right now, I want everybody to be in the video mode. I want us to do one thing. Everybody, I would like to see everybody. I would like us to clap with one finger. I learned that from my mentor, Ibrahim. So let's clap with one finger, please. Everybody, let's clap with one finger. Okay, let's go with 2 fingers. Let's clap with 2 fingers. Okay, let's go with 3 fingers. Let's go with 3 fingers. Let's go with 4 fingers. Okay, let's go with 5 fingers. Okay, thank you very much. Usually in a conference hall, anytime I made them clap with 1 finger, I asked them, which of the clapping did we exert a lot of energy and yet we had little results? That was 1. And which of them did we put in a little energy yet we have massive results? That was the 5. Listen, all the entrepreneurs on this platform are listening to me. Don't try to do it alone. You can't do it alone. Your weakness is somebody's strength. We all need each other. So I would stop here and let everybody know that don't try to do it alone. Let's collaborate, let's innovate, and let's work together. So people who want to see much of my work, you can go on YouTube, it's Ibrahim Yunus. You can go on Facebook, Ibrahim Yunus. You can go on TikTok, Ibrahim Yunus. Yeah. I'm well known with this statement. Status in the world is not defined by what work you do, but by how well you do what you do. It doesn't matter what you do. Whatever you do, give it your all. And everybody around you shall benefit from it. And be givers in life. Don't wait for people to show you love. Give love first. And remember what Prophet said, that la yu'minu ahadukum hatta yuhibbal ahihi ma yuhibbal li nafsihi. That none of you is truly a believer until you wish for your brother what you wish for yourself. I wish myself the best, and I wish all of you the best. God bless you. God bless you. Bye-bye. 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 I'm done.
Bye.
I'm done.
God bless you, Mr. Yunus. So Mr. Yunus shares a lot, including through his own personal life on personal development to achieve our dreams, and he elaborates how investing in building skills affects our growth. So thank you, Mr. Ibrahim Yunus, for
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a
and
pleasure.
Now I'm going to open the floor to everyone for questions and answers, since this is our last speaker. And for the sake of time, we'll only take 3 questions, but we'll find a way to give room for other questions later off the session. So is there anyone that wants to ask any questions to any of our speakers or to all of our speakers? Mr. Antoine Mwamba. Okay, let's have you.
Yes, exactly. So for me, I'm in DR Congo right now, and it's already late. But my question is about like all the people who talk, they mention things about innovation and collaboration. And one of the questions I had is like, right now I'm living in a French country speaking, and you see like I was a missionary in Ghana. That is where I learned a little English that I'm speaking. But coming back here, I just see like a lot of young people around here, they don't know much about things that are going around. Why? Because of the language barrier. Some of them, they don't know much information. And some of them, they are not having connection that will give them that connection. And my question is, how can we start that collaboration with the outside world so that we can also move in on together?
Is there anyone specific you're addressing this question to?
We can all answer.
Anyone can answer.
Okay, so let me just throw in an insight to this. Mwamba is actually my referral, so I brought him in. And so to your question, Mwamba, collaborations is very, very important. And when the last speaker spoke, he identified that reaching out to the right people can yield productive results. You can reach out to 10 people, but if those 10 people do not have the same thinking and like mind as you, it might not be productivity. So one of the ways I feel you can begin to collaborate or network is by identifying your position or your interest. What are your areas of interest? I mean, Congo is big and everybody will not want the same interest. What interest specifically do you want to focus on? Do you want to focus on technology, cake management, speaking? If you're able to identify the interest you're looking for, then it will help attract you to those people you should be focusing on. For example, he spoke about the last speaker, who is Ibrahim. They are all answering Ibrahim. So the last speaker, who is
Thank you. Thank you, Coach Prince, for the insight. Mr. Antoine, are you okay with the answer?
Exactly, a lot. Thank you very much, Prince. Thank you.
You're welcome. So our next question will come from Alima Sagito. So over to you.
Yeah, so just to say good evening to all of you. Can you hear me? You
Yes,
can hear,
please, we
right?
can hear.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
please.
okay. I don't actually have a question as such, but just to also add my voice in terms of the quality of the speakers that have been put together and the cross-continental nature of it. So it gives a lot of hope for Africa that we can go far if we really believe in ourselves, we know, and we speak to ourselves within. So I just want to say thank you to Martha. Thank you to Ibrahim, Yunus. Actually, they are the people that I know internally here because we are all in the north here and we work very closely. Then for all the other speakers, to be very frank with you, all of you, I want to encourage that you keep doing this often and we keep encouraging more young people to join. Because the Africa we have to start it. And those of you who really have opportunity to get more people to listen, I can tell you that when it comes to each of these people that are on this panel that you have assembled, they've really been very influential. And I want to just continue to encourage them that for the North, from where I sit, I really want to believe that we can make the change that we want to see. The North we want is in our hands, and we need to lead the change. And the change is what you people have started, Mustapha has put together, and all the rest of you. I just love the fact that they were able to still get all like you advertise and you got the people to come. You know, sometimes people put in a very experienced speakers, but to mobilize them on the day is one excuse or the other, and they didn't do that and they didn't do that. But I was not surprised that Mustapha really was able to put that together. So thank you very much, all of you. And I'm happy that I also joined. I've learned so much, and I'm hoping that I also change my life. Oh. I also change my behavior based on all the things they have said. Oh, I'll use my 24-hour. Well, I'll do a lot of good things now. In fact, all of you, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Alima. Please come in. Okay. Thank you, Madam Alima Sagito. So we have room for one more person to ask questions. I don't see anyone with their hands up. Is there anyone that wants to ask any question? Or is there any speaker that wants to wrap up or say something to us? We have room for one last question or speech.
Yeah, so what I wanted to just say is I have had the opportunity to speak to a lot of people. And what I realized is that many people are actually these days doing a lot of competition. I just want you to have in mind that we all that have spoken to you today, we are not too better than you. To be honest, we are not better than you because Ibrahim started 10 years ago. I started 3 years ago. Definitely, he will be ahead of me. There is no need to rush. So you cannot compete yourself with someone who started 30 years ago. There's no need to rush. So the invitation is to just drive along your lane. Just go according to your strength. You don't need to rush. If you run faster than you have strength, you will definitely break down. So just run with your strength, run with your capacity, run with what you are given, the resources you have. Work with it. If you work with the resources you have, you would expand your resources and even help other people come into the fold. Yeah, that's just what I wanted to put out.
Thank you, Coach Prince. It looks like you have taken the question and answer podium. So thank you for this. So once again, I would like to appreciate all our speakers for today. Mr. Shivansh Ahuja, Madam Ayo Adiosi, Bismark Tay, Peter Asare Nyarko, Martha Anabila, Coach Prince, and Ibrahim Yunus. Thank you all so much for honoring the invitation from Mr. Ibrahim Mustapha. Mr. Ibrahim Mustapha is a visionary leader, and with testament from most of the speakers I've heard from today, I find him to be a man of opportunities too. Personally, this is one of my first times public speaking, unlike other times where I have only directly communicated with my clients and the people who work with and for me. And he's aware of this. So I'm happy to be here and also have the opportunity to meet this audience or new people, both among our speakers and invitees. So I'm glad we've been able to learn and be inspired today. So I'm going to bring Ibrahim Mustapha back on stage to address us and summarize today's session. Thank you once again today for the opportunity to moderate this event and for everyone allowing me to do so. Mr. Ibrahim Mustapha, over to you.
Right. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to all the speakers. And I'm just here. Unfortunately, we just had lights out, but I'm still managing to keep up. But I'm happy because this is a testament to the fact that we can change Africa. So first of all, I want to thank Haji Halima Sagito. If you know who she is, and she's been here throughout. She's the former First Lady of Northern Region. That's a former wife to the Regional Minister of the Northern Region. And she has her own organization where she's empowering young people, women, to do great things. So I'm happy that she's been here from the first minute till now. So thank you very much, Hajia. And may God keep blessing you because you find time for young people and what we do. I also have David Asana, who is here, who is also one of the best in terms of digital marketing when it comes to Facebook, social media, marketing and stuff. He has clients across the world and he's doing that. Thank you for also being here. Rukayaro, thank you very much. Rukayanusa, Fayuda, AG Professionals, Brother Kishki, Gaddafi, Fatih Osman, and to you, Stephanie Ibrahim, Mama G herself, you did great. This wonderful, this world class. And I know that there's more to come in terms of your business. To the speakers, thank you very much. Thank you very much because like I just said, it's not easy to get all of you together, just together. And some of you been here from the first minute till now. You've just given me your almost 4 hours of your time. I don't take that lightly. And to all the participants, all the great people who have been here from Emmanuel, Fatih Usman, EBZ, Ibrahim AK, Bridget, and all the great people. Thank you very much for honoring this invitation. But what I just want to let you all know is that, and I want to just share one thing, or something that I've learned in the past that has always kept me going and keep me doing what I do, is that just a minute for me to share my slide, is the power of storytelling, the power to share your story, the power to let you know that no matter who you are, no matter what you do, it's always going to be possible for you to do what you do. Your story may be old. People may even forget you. Some of you, whether you're speakers or you are the audience or whoever you are, sometimes people may even forget you. And sometimes you are tempted to believe that, oh, they've forgotten my story. I want opportunities. I'm struggling. I'm knocking and no one is listening to me. I'm doing all I can do and no one is there to even give me the opportunity. It could be from Mary Martha, from Peter, from Coach Prince, from Ibrahim, who is currently in US. And to all of you, you may be knocking, but I want you to know that your story is still unique. It may be old like the car that you see here, but don't worry, it's still valuable. It's still unique. You can still make a difference and the world will still hear you. Don't be afraid to take chances. Don't be afraid to take risks. Do whatever you can do and make sure that it's possible. Thank you, Coach Ayo. And when I sent her the invitation, she said, it's like it's the period for this thing is just too small. Like, have you started advertising? I said, no, I've not started yet. I'm here to start maybe tomorrow. And she said, how do you do it? Just 1 week. And how will you get the audience? I said, yes, it's based on what we believe in. It's based on the stories all of you have, from Coach Ayo, your cake business, from Peter, going to places, international speaking, Ibrahim, Mata, Anabila, Bismark, and also all the people. Coach Prince is a testament that, yes, we need to make sure that we reach out to people and we make sure that we plant trees. My intention was not to speak. My intention today was just to let you all just have your way, speak, inspire the audience. And Stephanie asked, why? You can't say you will not speak because you are the one who brought everybody together. And I said, no, I will not speak, but this is me. So I want to end up by letting you know that, and I have two quotations. There are two quotations from the Bible and from the Quran. The first quotation I want to pick is from the Bible. It says, Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 5. And it says that I knew you before I formed you. And the other quotation I want to pick from Quran is Quran chapter 13, verse 14. It says, verily Allah will not change the condition of a people unless you change what is in your mind. So these two quotations tells you that your story is unique. There's no one in this world who has your story. You were known before you were even born. You were known before you were even pushed into your mother's womb. But once you start growing, the story you tell yourself, if you tell yourself that you are poor, poverty will engulf you. If you tell yourself that you can do it, no matter what, you can do it, it's possible that you can do it. So I want you to go out. All the things they've said, start to practice them. Don't take them lightly. Practice them one after the other, one by one. The ones you can, do it with power, do it with honor, and believe that no matter who you are, no matter what you do, you can make a difference. The story that you have now is very powerful in such a way that some people may say that, yes, my family is poor, my family is whatever. And there's a saying that once you reach the age of 30, you are the background to your family. Ask yourself now, will you be proud about what your children will say about you? Are you also crying like everybody's crying? Yes, system may be hard. Governments may be tough. We may not get our way. We may not get what we want. But the question is, what are you doing now? The last but not least is that there's no time. You may think that you have 10 years. No. Last month I went to Tamale. And there's a lady, whenever she sees me, she jumps to me. She starts she gets aggressive. Oh, give me money, give me this. Kind of like a playmate. The last month I went to Tamale, I was passing by and she was sitting quietly. And I was expecting her to do the same reactions. So I went closer and I saw that she was sick. So I asked her, is everything okay? And she said, I'm sick. I've been like 1 month now. They've been sending me around to villages, to places, and there's no hope. I said, there's going to be hope. So I went in, greeted my mother. When I was passing, I took another route. But I remembered that, no, I must go back to the lady. I went back and I just dipped my hand in my pocket and gave her some small money. I said, take it, hold this. So got back to Accra, and just 1 week after that, they told me that she has passed on. So the question is, that was the last time I had gotten the opportunity to see her. So your dream may be your dream. Your dream, if you don't execute it, today may be the last time for you to do what you are supposed to do. Next week may be the last. People are dying will not mean that you are stronger than them. No, we all have our time. And the question is, if today is to be your last, what will you do differently? How will you change your world? How will you make your finances great? How will you relate to people? Will you compete? Will you respect people? Will you respect people who give you time like Haji Alima? Will you believe in yourself? And will you do what you are supposed to do even if you don't have the capital? That's just what I want to leave you with. What will you do today? Go out and be great. This conference was the first one of this was supposed to be physical. And the sponsorships were not forthcoming. And bringing all of you together will have meant that I'll pay the speakers, transport, and staff. I said, no, we can start it online. And if today one person has been able to succeed, to learn something, it simply means we've taken action. So thank you, all of you. Thank you for coming. And we are going to do this in universities, in schools, in different cities. And we are going to take this Champion Summit to the next level. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to all the people. Haji Alima, David Asana, Rukaya Aro, Rukaya Inusa, Fayuda, Brother Kushki, AG Professional, Gaddafi, Fati, Osman, Bridget, and all the people who've been supporting us. And also our international moderator. I say Tapaya and Dagbale. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mustapha. So I think we'll just wrap up from here. Mr. Mustapha, what do you think?
Now, dear, the next chapter, maybe the next physical event, we'll still do some of these summits, online summit, virtual on Zoom, but we are picking it the next chapter to the professional. We'll do it in university. So if you have a university, you let us know. We also do it in our own terms. So we pick all the speakers that you see here. We are going to use them to do our next events. So embrace and let's do it more. So maybe if there's someone, share your contacts in the WhatsApp, the chat box, make new friends, connect with people on LinkedIn, and also on WhatsApp, and we can take it to the next chapter. So let's keep doing it. And if there's anything that we want to do more, please just let's keep in touch. Let's collaborate. Let's see ourselves as people who are helping each other. So I think that is just what I want to say. And it's been from 3 o'clock, it's been quite a long period. So share your contacts, networks, and Stephanie, you can just give it a close and thank everybody. So I think they've done well.
So, so in about a minute, we'll just end the session. So within the minute, if you want to network or share contact so that you can communicate with anyone, just do that. Some of our speakers have already placed their contacts within the chat. So you can just find it and then pick up whatever you want before we end the session in less than a minute. Mr. Ibrahim Mustapha ends the session.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's go. Bye-bye.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Bye.
Great. Right. So contacts. Mansoor. So we have Mansoor, we have, and okay. Mwamba, Antoine, Mwamba, Timothy. Thank you. So thank you very much. Thank you, Martha. Thank you. Right. So I think we just have to close it. Thank you. Thank you, Ayo, Coach Ayo. So I'll contact you. Mama G herself, Mama G of Africa.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Thank you, Madam Stephanie. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure being with you. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you.
You too, have a